Because it doesn't work. Oh yeah, perfect. And then you can sit here while you are sitting.
are you? I'm not too bad. The weather. How are you? Very well.
Good morning, everybody. So those of you who are seated, you're very good. Proper students, proper people. Those of you who are still standing at the back and causing trouble, could you please come back to the seats? We're going to be very prompt with today's conference because we've got quite an agenda. So thank you very much. Okay, good morning officially. My name is Seamus Boland. Those of you in Ireland know me through Irish Rural Link, and of course, those of you in Europe know me as President of Civil Society Organisations, which is part of the European Economic Social Committee. You are all very welcome to what promises to be a very profound conference on just transition. It's a subject very much in the news. So before I get into a little bit more about the conference, just to say that firstly, I'd like to welcome the chairperson of Irish Rural Link, who is sitting there quite happily, Tara Farrell. I thank you for being here. Irish Rural Link is an organisation, it's my organisation, I suppose. Not mine, but the members who are, and I'm part of that. It's an organisation that advocates in terms of rural development. It's an organisation that takes a proactive role as well as advocacy. So we do have a Just Transition programme. We've been involved in the peatlands debate since, in fact, the late 90s. And we have been, in some cases, with enormous difficulty, leading the debate in terms of rural, because it means a huge change for the rural areas, and especially in an area and peatland. So where are you? You're in Tullamore. Tullacbore, the Irish translated means just big hill, but hey, It's a beautiful town. So first of all, you're welcome to Tullamore. For those of you who have never been here before, I hope you get to walk around it. It's not a massive town. One European delegate said it's a nice little village. So there's a few ex-councillors here who might question that, but it is a nice little town and it has a village atmosphere, so that's good. It's in the very centre of what's called the peatlands, or the Bog of Allen, and it's an area that, like all the towns in this region, benefited from the huge industry of peat harvesting, which basically was there for about 100 years. And really at its peak, I think a minimum of 3,000 jobs were available. And in many ways, this region benefited hugely from the peatland harvesting. But peatland harvesting, like all fossil fuels, is coming to an end. And that poses some extraordinary challenges for this region. And apart from the fact that I wanted people to come to this town, it's my town in a way, I also wanted you, from especially the delegates of our Bureau, to hear, feel and see what it's like for a region in transition, because we are in transition. And it is a big deal in terms of trying to find, the answers to the following question. Can we replace those jobs? What kind of jobs can we attract to this region as their replacement? Can we use the fact that the boglands and the peatlands could be an asset rather than seeing in the negative? And certainly in Irish Rural Link, and I know on the committee, the EESC and civil society organisations, we would like to look at things from a positive perspective, from an asset perspective. To those of you on our Bureau, on our committee, you're very welcome as well, because I know in our group we have been debating these issues consistently for the last number of years. I hope, first of all, you enjoy the experience, and I hope also that you remember when we go back to Brussels to discuss these matters that there are regions affected by just transition, and that we need to ensure that we talk about them in a way that transforms their reality, especially in terms of jobs, but equally transforms the realities into the massive change we have to make because of climate change. This morning, the first panel, I'm very glad to welcome our Minister Pippa Hackett, Minister of State for Land Use and Biodiversity at the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine. I'd like to personally, in public as well, say thank you to Minister Hackett. She has been a very proactive person, not alone in this debate, but in terms of looking for solutions, because we have to find solutions. So I'm very pleased that you're here, Ministers, this morning. I will later introduce you to Kieran Mulvey, who is the Just Transition Commissioner. And in fairness to Kieran, he has a very experienced background, not just in the trade union movement, but also as a major, I would call it, negotiator, independent broker, and he's somebody who I think everyone goes to when they need something resolved. That's the best way to describe it, Kieran. But a very distinguished career. And also, even though I know him, I had met him for the first time, Stéphane Duclos. He works for the local local authority, County Offaly. Just that you know, even though we're in Tullamore, the county is called Offaly. Not many people hear about that. They remember Kerry, Dublin, maybe Donegal or Galway, but nobody ever remembers Offaly. So I'm asking you to bring that back with you as well. But Stéphane will indeed outline the realities from a local authority perspective, and I hope that will be very interesting. So, now that everybody is seated and ready, I'd like to simply invite our Minister, Minister Pippa Hackett, to address us. And give her a good welcome. Thank you very much.
Am I allowed to touch this? You know the way you're not sometimes allowed to touch mics there. Great. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here, and thank you for the introduction, Seamus. And it's a privilege to be on such a panel with Seamus, Kieran, and Stefan. Stefan, of course, within Offaly County Council, is the Director of Service responsible for overseeing the Just Transition process. So no mean feat at all. I've actually the honour today of addressing two events in Tullamore. I'm standing in front of you all now, offering opening remarks for this really important Just Transition conference. And later I'll join Ireland's Sustainable Future Conference in a rival hotel, marking the culmination of the Accelerate Green programme for enterprises with a focus on social and environmental impact. And yesterday I addressed the National Biodiversity Conference on the need to support farmers in the vital role they will play in the preservation of our living heritage. So why am I sharing my diary with you? Really to emphasise what we in here already know, that profound change is on the agenda every day, driven by the realities of climate change and the biodiversity crisis, and to emphasise that collaboration has a vital role to play in those solutions. Thankfully, everyone here recognises the existence of these crises, and I believe events such as today are hugely important in facilitating the collaboration needed to address these crises. Civil society organisations, like those gathered here and online today, will be key to the delivery of a truly just transition. Member states and EU institutions will legislate and make policy to facilitate a just transition. But policies and legislation alone cannot bring about a just transition. Civil society organisations have a tremendously important role to play in bringing the just transition process out of the policy arena and into communities. In Offaly and across the Midlands, and indeed across Ireland and the EU, communities want to transition to a low-carbon society. But in so many cases, people are worried about what that transition will entail. I understand that concern. And our citizens understand that it is no longer a question of whether we transition, but rather when we will transition and how equitable that transition will be. Within society, we have many, including young people I met at the Joint Oireachtas Committee Youth Engagement session last week, who say that we are neither going far enough nor fast enough in our transition away from fossil fuels. Science tells us the same thing. But we also have other groups in society, particularly those worst impacted economically and socially by climate change mitigation measures, who argue that we are going too far, too fast. We can all appreciate both standpoints, but the reality is that the movement is happening, it is gaining momentum at all levels, and it is not slowing down, nor is it changing direction. Governments have a responsibility to ensure that the just transition delivers not just for the early adopters, but also for those who, for a variety of reasons, will be slower to embrace the change. If we are to meet our emissions reductions targets, we will need all of society working together. So we simply must deliver. For those feeling left in a vulnerable position as a result of the move to net zero, for those who feel great uncertainty about what the future might hold, for those who fear their livelihoods, and for those who might be mourning the loss of certain ways of life. The real challenge before us is how to walk the path between too fast and not fast enough, or too far and not far enough. The way not to do it is in single file, as tightrope walkers, with the few out ahead enjoying the benefits of a transition to a green economy, neglecting to check over their shoulders to look after the many coming behind. The challenge is how to walk shoulder to shoulder together as collaborators and partners. And an oft-used phrase, I think of African origin, I think fits this bill. If you want to go far, go alone. If you want to go the distance, bring the team. I'm very excited, really, by the potential for a more inclusive and equitable society. But I'm not naive to the scale of the challenge. I was heartened to read Kieran Mulvey's conclusion in his final report as Just Transition Commissioner with a cooperative approach, we can ensure that a just transition is a reality for the Midlands region of Ireland. Yes, this will be partly promoted by the National Just Transition Fund, currently in action, and the upcoming EU Just Transition Funds. But there are other means by which we will deliver a just transition for the Midlands and for all of Ireland. In energy, the landscape is changing. We saw a welcome growth in the number of community-led projects getting approval in the recent RES 2 auction, up from 7 projects in RES 1 to 10 projects in the most recent round. Community ownership of energy generating infrastructure is as exciting as it is democratising. In agriculture, I'm proud to be playing a role in increasing the number of organic farmers and locally led environmental initiatives. I've also led a wide-ranging consultative process on the future of forestry in Ireland, in which Irish Rural Link have played a vital role, to ensure that as we increase our afforestation rate as part of our transition to net zero, we do in a way that ensures our forests deliver not only for climate, but also for biodiversity, for water quality, and for communities. Our education and training landscape has been changing for a number of years in response to the pace of technological change and consequent changing face for employment. The same needs to happen, and it is happening here in the Midlands in response to the just transition. I read back in 2018, I think, that 85% of the jobs that will exist in 2030 did not exist yet. So whether we view that as exciting or frightening, we know that it will require a highly adaptive training and education response. Many of the new jobs that have emerged in the past 4 years involve meeting the demand to implement our national retrofitting plan. I recently visited the Mount Lucas LOETB Centre, where a range of cutting-edge net zero energy building training courses are up and running, and I can safely say we are in safe hands. In government, we need to encourage and support homeowners in every way we can to embrace retrofitting. Retrofitting will enable us to enjoy better health, lower utility bills, and increased comfort, while contributing to the economic and environmental security of our communities. While a significant money saver in the longer term, I really do appreciate that the initial cost of retrofitting, even with the available grant aid, remains prohibitive for many. That is why the National Retrofit Plan commits to introducing low-cost residential retrofit loans, and I'm working with my government colleagues to ensure that those loans can be launched at the earliest possible opportunity. Some old jobs are pivoting, and here I refer, of course, to Bord na Móna. €590,000 has been committed to the Bord na Móna Employee Support Training and Upskilling Project to assist Bord na Móna workers to undertake upskilling courses and prepare for other career paths and opportunities. Furthermore, the government is committed to investing up to €108 million in the Enhanced Decommissioning, Rehabilitation and Restorative Scheme, which will ultimately create over 300 jobs and will be delivered by Bord na Móna to rehabilitate 33,000 hectares on over 80 Bord na Móna bogs. In 2021, the first year of this project, 19 rehabilitation plans were approved, with works commenced on 18 bogs. Plans for the 2022 campaign on a further 21 bogs in the Midlands region are well advanced. As well as our bogs, our townscapes are changing too. Thanks to the many initiatives under Our Rural Future and Town Centre First policies. We are seeing enormous strides in our public transport and active travel infrastructure and broadband connectivity, and I know that we have much more to do. We face challenges in delivering a just transition, but a just transition done right, bringing communities along with us, offers huge opportunity. I wish all the panellists and participants today the very best of luck in debating and discussing how, led by civil society organisations like those gathered here and online, we can capitalise on those opportunities in a way that delivers for the many and not for the few. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And just We will try and find a little space for some questions at the end of this, so be thinking up a few observations or questions, please. Also to remind you, it is being web streamed, and we know we have a good registration and good number of people registered, so you're very welcome, those of you watching it live. So the next speaker, I'm very pleased and thankful for him to be here, is Mr. Kieran Mulvey, Just Transition Commissioner. As I said, a huge distinguished career in the trade union movement, but also in terms of negotiations generally, and a promoter of enormous good value in terms of his work with government and private industry and all sorts of areas. Kieran, you're very welcome. Please take the stand. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and very welcome to sunny Tullamore. It's our Mediterranean region, as you will have gathered. But don't worry, the weather will improve, so you'll be able to get out and about to view. And I would encourage you, it is a beautiful area with loads of interesting, both walkways, waterways, greenways, but an extraordinary core centre of heritage in Ireland, going back to the Viking period and our own Celtic origins right through. We never got the Romans, but they did send us St. Patrick, so we're eternally grateful for that as well. Minister, delighted to meet you again, and thank you for addressing the conference today. It's very important in the work that I'm doing and undertaking, Minister, that I have a Green Minister advocate at government with your own Minister, Eamon Ryan, to whom I report on behalf of the government. So that is very supportive and encouraging. So it means I have not just one friend, but two friends at court when I go looking for money for projects and for support for the Just Transition Commission. You're very welcome, all our European participants. We're delighted that you have come to Ireland, and that hopefully you'll extend your stay here, as I said, to enjoy this beautiful part of the country and other parts. We're very proud of what we've achieved here on tourism, on heritage, and on just transition. And hopefully that cooperation that the Minister referred to, and which I believe is essential to any just transition process, continues and is enhanced through our European partners and their experiences of just transition, particularly in the coal and steel communities within Europe. Without further ado, I'll go on to my presentation. Sorry.
Do you want me to click?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I will.
Oh, yeah.
Can I?
Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Since I was appointed in December 2019, I've given 4 reports to the government on the progress of the just transition within the Midlands, the particular region to which was designated in the activity. I've indicated the dates of those reports, plus 60 recommendations. Just transition, I just point out, is a new process within Ireland. I'm part-time on behalf of the government. I'm ably assisted by Michael Godwin, a former senior officer of the Department of Communications and Climate Change. And I've had the good offices of Sarah Morgan from Offaly County Council. She's been on loan to me for periods, and I hope that will continue. She's been an invaluable. So we're really a 3-person team undertaking, but with considerable assistance, which I will refer to, from other local authority officials within the region who have been very helpful, and obviously through the state agencies and the local government in the region. There's been an extensive engagement of stakeholders at national and local level. I'm one of these people who believe that consultation at ground level is the key to the resolution of any dispute or any disagreement, but it also brings people into the process in their locality and transmit that representation to national level. We've been very lucky in that regard that I was able to do a lot of this local on-the-ground consultation within the counties and with local groups before COVID and the restrictions of COVID-19 that hit us, certainly here in Ireland around May 2020. But a lot of the groundwork had been done by then, and of course we continued our activity by that new ubiquitous term called Zoom since then. which is not the same really. You don't get the same level of personal engagement that you can have, but look, we have to deal with the technology as we find it. We were ably and very, very importantly assisted, particularly from the community engagement side, by the START program within Europe. And Robert and his team have been very extremely helpful to there, in cooperation with Irish Rural Link and Seamus's team there. We have the Midland Regional Transition Team, which preceded the establishment of my post. That was initially 4 of the central Midland local authorities. Subsequently, I expanded that to 8 of the Midland areas, because our bogs in Ireland don't just stop at county boundaries. Bogs continue into other counties where there has been Board na Móna activity, or indeed ESB activity, the 2 major state companies in the area and the 2 major state employers in the area. So we have had an excellent involvement of the Midland Regional Transition Team, which meets effectively almost at quarterly intervals. And within that, I've had meetings with all the chief executive officers, some of their teams in the region, which has been vital in bringing them together as a unified force on behalf of the political and economic and social representation of the communities in which they govern within the Midlands area as designated there. Obviously, the involvement of local and national politicians has been vital to this process in getting support, as has the support of our own Prime Minister and senior government ministers, including the Minister whom I report, Eamon Ryan, who is one of our Green Ministers in government, and indeed then extensive involvement and communication through Zoom and interaction with parliamentary representatives. Most government departments, we did have a subcommittee of government departments whom we met largely around ensuring that whatever actions we were taking on just transition had a statewide effect, that we weren't doing things or repeating things that other government departments were doing. And there is an extensive programme, as the Minister referred to, of rural regeneration and small town renewal in Ireland that has been ongoing, but also interacting with government departments around business hubs, around energy provision, around the energy and climate policies of our government. And then the state agencies, particularly the 2 state agencies that are responsible for employment creation, namely Enterprise Ireland for internal generation of employment and investment, and the IDA, the Irish Industrial Development Authority, that is for inward investment. Excellent people on the ground here, working with the LEOs, the local enterprise offices in all of the regions, working together to create sustainable employment, maintain employment, create employment, and attract new industry and investment. The National Economic and Social Council, which has been very important from a policy point of view that involves the collectivity of the social partners in Ireland, and indeed then the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland around the whole issue of sustainable energy and renewable energy in Ireland. Of vital importance, because I come from that background to some degree earlier in my career, the trade union movement. Very important from the point of view of social dialogue, very important because of the employees being affected within the region, particularly within the 2 state companies who are thankfully have very, very solid, very intensive and very responsible internal collective bargaining mechanisms that have worked throughout this period and have sustained change without any downtime whatsoever in any of those collective industries. Industrial peace being a vital component of ensuring that whatever transition took place on an agreed basis with their own internal disputes resolution and arbitration bodies. They did not really have to go externally around this. And then, of course, the community groups, so vital to the component as a key stakeholder in the region. Through Irish Rural Link, we've managed to bring these coherently together to represent community groups by a collective voice rather than by individual voice. And then the importance within the region of education, the importance of the education and training boards in the region, the importance of the 2 universities that we have in this region, namely the new Technological University of the Midlands in Shannon, based around Athlone and Limerick, and then the existing University of Maynooth, which is in Kildare. So, I mean, we're blessed on the educational front in this particular region, and the skill base that exists and the quality of education that's available within the region on a multiplicity of faculties and disciplines that will only grow and grow as the requirements are needed. And then, of course, we had Board Namona, the ESB and local enterprise, all of who engaged positively with me over a series of meetings. Yes. And then COVID hit, but as I said, we got over that. The Just Transition Fund, initially the commitment was 10 million, 5 million from the Electricity Supply Board, the ESB, and a further 5 million from the Carbon Fund. We managed through arm twisting, representation minister, lobbying and everything else to increase that to 27. So we have commitment of 27 million and upwards. I think it might get closer to 30, but I'm not telling Minister anyone that at the moment. On the projects, on the community, enterprise, educational, regional diversity community projects, educational projects, tourism projects, a multiplicity of projects spread over the region. And you will be able to read about these in my reports if you download them from the government website. So we've been very, very lucky in the context of being able to have a widespread nature of projects approved, as I said, for communities, and I said incorporating as much areas of stakeholder engagement as we possibly could. And I think there's been a very good positive response to that. We had initial difficulties with any new fund, any new arrangement. We had unanticipated bureaucracy problems. We had remote working. We had people in the department who unfortunately had to work from home, or as they might have seen it, fortunately could work from home. So we had some delays, but I think as Salter, Sterling said to me earlier, COVID in this way, if you can only think of it as a blessing, it gave people time. And I've managed to convince the government and the minister that there won't be the timeline on the drawdown of funding, that we'll be able to extend this into 2023 and 24. So we're not going, there's going to be no, as I said, hatchet coming down on the drawdown. So we've been able throughout the region, in all 8 counties, to have a multiplicity of projects available. And these now are up and running. We've had very little fallout, I think 2 to 3 projects, but we have said to them, we're engaging with them, that they may come back to us at a later date. We don't want to lose anybody. And the government have supported this by their own implementation plan, and particularly by the references in the Climate Action Plan of 2021. And I'd refer to chapters 6 and 7, and to the 10 to 13 respective action points that are specifically related to the Midlands. I'm glad that has been taken on by the Minister and the Department. I was afraid it would get lost in the totality of the view of the Climate Action Plan, but thankfully it is there and it is in the core, which I think is very important going forward in the context of what is coming down the line. As I said, the key components of the process, there is no alternative, in my view, beyond local engagement. It's a bottom-up process. It's not a top-down process. Local consultation is vital, and engagement with key stakeholders, is essential. Unless you have the representative bodies supporting and having an opportunity to present their views on what they think is necessary in the region, not what other people think is good for them, but what they think is best for them and their communities, their employment, their enterprises, and the local authority supports that are necessary. One becomes an advocate as Just Transition Commissioner for the region, for the stakeholders in the region. You're the person with the access to ministers or to government departments. So I have seen my role as listening to them, hearing what their needs are, reflecting those needs in the report, in the narratives in the reports, and then fine-tuning what I believe was presented to me as specific recommendations. And I said I made over 60 of those through the reports, a considerable number of which are being actioned by the government. Political support. You cannot achieve what is necessary in just transition without local and national political support. If the government are not with you, then you're crying in the wind. But thankfully here, because of just transition and the nature of the impact on the Midlands, there has been absolute support for what is necessary. And I recall what we were required to achieve We were required to achieve in a year what had been anticipated for 10 years. A decision was made to close the power plants, which immediately had an effect on the turf harvesting community in Ireland. And we had a very short period in which to address that. And despite some negative criticism, it can't be perfect, but I think we have achieved an enormous amount in those 2 years, given the challenges we're facing. And I'm very optimistic that this region is well prepared to maximize the benefits under the European Just Transition Fund. I'll come back to that in a minute. Largely, I think, the funding has to be spread. It has to be reflected within the community. It's not just about enterprise or job creation or job retention. It has to have a wider import within communities. It also has to be targeted in such a way that you retain communities. You invite communities to come into the region, to come in with new enterprises, and you maximize the educational benefits that were in it. And as the Minister has indicated, that requires also infrastructural developments. I know in my report I have made the point about the necessity within this region to have interconnectivity on public transport, preferably, Minister, of the electric variety, that we are crisscrossed by 2 major motorways, and it's important within that there's interconnectivity between the considerable number of large towns within this region that are within a number of counties. That has a historical reason for that over the milling industry, the distilling industry, the waterways and canals we created. It's important that we utilize those natural facilities that were built for us in the 18th and 19th century, and they're being utilized, and that the heritage centres and the buildings that were created about those are fully utilized now. Some of them are being redeveloped as remote hubs, business hubs, enterprise hubs, and that's very important. But it's also to create, as the Minister said, the broadband capability to ensure that remote working is a reality within the region as an alternative to travelling to our major city, which people did before COVID, spending 1 to 2 hours in diesel or petrol-driven cars to go to work. That should change and will change. And I think probably, as I said, I referred earlier to maybe some blessings from COVID. I think that probably will help us because it has forced enterprises, it has forced state enterprises, state offices and state agencies to reconnect and really sort of realize that we can provide state services from anywhere in the country. We do not need to go to Dublin. Already today there will be further legislation in this area around a very important component, namely immigration and access to state services and state cards for those services. That's being done by the government today. The structures are very important. They have to be local. They have to be represented. They have to be representative of the political representatives, but very importantly of the stakeholders. And that is one of the great advantages of the Midland Regional Transition Team and the quarterly meetings. It is driven locally by local interests, and the chair rotates between each of the Cathaoirleach, the chairpersons of our local authorities for each meeting. And it is attended by local politicians, national politicians, the unions, community groups, state enterprises, educational representatives. Very, very important in context of having what I call a whole of Midlands approach, not distinct local authorities or distinct entities. And then really, out of that, creating a vision for the region in the future. That's already been undertaken in the submission plans that have been made. But an important component of that will be the requirement of local authorities and state agencies to report on their climate action plans every year. That is an essential part of our new climate legislation. Challenges for just transition. As I said earlier, our initial footstep into this was new. This was a crisis. Others in Europe had experience of this previously in terms of what I said had happened, particularly around coal and steel within Europe. But for us, Midlands is our peat, is our coal and steel. And for us, the peatlands of Ireland have an extraordinary historical resonance. When Ireland gained independence, we had to do 3 things: create employment for ourselves, create new energy, which we did in Ardnacrusha, in Limerick. But the peatlands of Ireland became sustainable industries for 8 decades. And as Pádraig referred to earlier, thousands of people were employed in this region, particularly in peatland harvesting, and then there was 4 power stations at one stage. So that was retaining people within the community, within Ireland, in sustainable, reasonably paid employment, where in fact they raised and brought up their families, and then we were able to create the educational institutes that we have now to achieve that. Secondly, I think it was very important to understand the heritage of that. All you have to do is travel around the Midlands to see that one of the first great initiatives of Bord na Móna, which is the Peatland Authority, was to create social housing. There are some beautiful housing estates around the Midlands. I travelled through one this morning because I diverted, because I missed a turn, through Rochford Bridge. Beautiful houses built in the 50s to attract workers from the northwest of Ireland to come and live in the Midlands. And they have been maintained and sustained. In fact, a lot of them now will be the key elements for retrofitting and our retrofitting program, but gave rise to a great heritage in the Midlands, particularly here in this county, which would have not in the past have had a great national games tradition, but ended up winning all Ireland's, not alone in football, but in hurling as well. So it sustained a whole cultural development. It created local communities that were vibrant and are still vibrant, and we need to ensure that they remain, live, work, and send their children to the educational institutions that have been established here, that have a proud record and a proud tradition. So that, to me, is important. The funding, the European Union Just Transition Fund, I think it's very important, Seamus, and I think your own representation here and your own influence there, along with our own government, that the 84, 85 million, the figure keeps changing, so look, what's a million between friends? So it's important that that is targeted towards what I believe now need to be larger scale priorities. I say that in my final report, that if we are seeking funding in the particular areas, be it educational partnership, be it enterprise partnership, be it in tourism, heritage potential, in climate change, energy renewable, new enterprises in healthcare, in technology, etc., we need to have an inter-county approach. I think I've made the point, we need to develop now consortia that will apply as groups rather than individual identification for community groups, for local enterprise groups, for educational groups, going forward, that we can submit to Europe really groundbreaking, innovative, visionary proposals for this region to the European Union and through that transition fund, so that we can attract reasonable funding for these projects, not bits and pieces. And I would make a plea, because my experience of bureaucracy all my career has continually driven me slightly insane. But we are an appallingly rule-based Europe. We need to loosen up the rules. I understand the importance of governance, but we have over-governance at the moment. And it disincentivizes, sorry, Pádraig, you seem to be, I have 2 minutes, have I? I got it, it's only a yellow card, isn't it? But I'm really saying better vision, bigger projects, more impact. And finally, before I get the red card, it's you know, my experience of the Just Transition, and the government are now committed in the programme for a statutory. So I'm working with the government to create a new statutory commission that will have 3 to 4 key component activities based on our experiences here. But they're around research and development, around about job creation, about monitoring, and then about stakeholder engagement. They're the fundamental principles. I'm available to answer questions later, but thank you for coming to here to Tullamore. I assure you the weather will improve, and try and stay on a few more days. We need your commitment, your euros to the local economy, and enjoy Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Kieran. I think really we could listen to you for much longer because I think the job you hold is an extremely important one. And I, for one, living here in the Midlands, I'm very pleased that you are in that position. You mentioned the role of local authorities, and there are a number of local authorities involved in this project, and that is, as you say, essential. The one we are actually here in is Offaly County Council. And I'm sure Stefan Duclos, who will speak to us now, he's Director of Services with Offaly County Council, Offaly Local Authority, and with special responsibility for this area of just transition. So Stefan, please take the microphone.
Good morning, everyone. You all welcome here today. So, as Seamus says, Stefan Duclos is my name. I'm the Director of Services with Offaly County Council, with responsibilities of economic development, planning, and just transition. And really, my presentation today will be to share with you our experience of just transition in County Offaly, the epicenter of the just transition in Ireland. Oh, here we go. Sorry. First, was just transition. It's a priority. I will quote our Prime Minister, who said that Ireland is facing a climate crisis, and he described this as the defining challenge of our time. As Kieran mentioned, the Climate Action and Low Carbon Development Act 2021 sets Ireland on the path of a 51% reduction in emissions by the end of this decade, and to a net zero emissions to no later than 2050. So what is a just transition? It's to seek to ensure that substantial benefits of a green economy transition are shared widely, while also supporting those who stand to lose economically, countries, regions, industries, communities, workers, or individuals. So the transition to a low carbon economy creates challenges, but also creates opportunities. I'm struggling with that. Here we go. Just to remind you how we can define the most impacted territories, and I would quote the Article 8 of the regulation of the EU Just Transition Fund. Those most negatively affected based on the economic and social impact resulting from the transition, in particular with regard to the expected adaptation of workers or job losses in fossil fuel production and use, and the transformation needs of the production processes of industrial facilities with the highest greenhouse gas intensity. So to come back to Offaly. Offaly has been the first county in Ireland to directly experience the negative impacts of the transition away from fossil fuels with the ending of the peat industry for power generation. And it has been recognized as the most negatively affected territory. Just a bit of background about Offaly and the peat industry. So as Kieran mentioned, there are two semi-state companies who are involved in the peat industry. First is Board Namona, with responsibility for operation in power generation, energy waste management, and new business. And it is the main entity in Ireland for the commercial harvesting of peat power generation. The second one is EESB. Again, it's a semi-state company which operates in areas including power generation and energy distribution. And in the context of the peat industry, the EESB was the main operator of peat-fired power plants. So the peat industry and related power generation have been significant for Offaly, economically, culturally, but also socially, in terms of employment, housing for employees, and as well, which is very important, support for local communities. So the ending of the peat extraction and the consequences. the peat and electricity related closure in Offaly, and I just want to list you what happened in the last few years. The peat fire station in Fairbairn Road and Port Ellington have been closed in the mid-90s. The Mount Lucas briquette factory in 2020. The Shannon Bridge power station again in 2020. The Jerry-Law briquette factory will be closed in the coming years. The Eden Dairy power station will transition away from peat. And also the cessation of all peat harvesting by Born Namona in 2021. So the rapid transition was 7 to 10 years earlier than envisaged. It has been significant for us. It has been long-term economic impact on workers, their families, and also their communities. Loss of employment, as Kieran mentioned, around 2,000 jobs, indirect and direct, have been lost. And also for us at the local authority, there has been a loss of commercial rates of 1.7 million. For a small local authority like us, it is significant. But also the exit from peat will also bring climate and biodiversity benefits. It's not always negative. So what has been the response of Offaly to the transition? So Offaly rapidly responded to and put in place resources to manage transition. In October 2018, a transition team was established by Offaly County Council to address the challenges and opportunity presented by the ending of the peat industry. Kieran mentioned early on the National Just Transition Fund. So it's 31 million, Kieran. It's on the website of the government. So it's the key pillar of the Irish government for the Midlands region. It's a specific fund. It's to support communities transitioning to a low-carbon economy. It's to retrain workers and generating employment in green enterprise, and is to facilitate projects that contribute to the economic, social, and environmental sustainability. 56 projects have been approved. They have to be delivered by December 2023. And it's estimated that 200 direct jobs will be created and 1,000 indirect jobs will be created. Of these 56 projects, which has been approved through the Midlands regions, 2/3 of this project will benefit directly or indirectly County Offaly. And it shows you actually that Offaly is the most negatively impacted by the most impacted territory, and it has been recognized as such. The other mechanism that Kieran mentioned earlier on is the EU Just Transition Fund, around 84 million euro. So it's a new EU fund from 2021 to 2027. Again, it's to support territories facing serious socio-economic challenges from the transitions towards a climate-neutral economy. It's to support to action listed in a regulation, so to focus on economic diversification and employment. A territorial just transition plan has to be established. It's a necessary document outlining transition challenges, eligible territory, and types of action to be supported. And again, as demonstrated by EU research, Offaly has been the most impacted by decarbonization across multiple economic and social criteria. Therefore, Offaly should deserve the greatest level of support through the EU Just Transition mechanism. We have our green vision statement. So it's space to grow, 1 gigawatt operational permitted or pipeline renewable energy. A space to innovate with collaboration with industry, academia, and stakeholders. A space to locate and a space to live. There is a huge quality of life to live in Offaly. The other part of the response for the transition is it's the identification and delivery of key projects. I've just listed 3 main projects which I think are very relevant. The Road Green Hydrogen Demonstration Hub is to explore the integration of renewable energy and green hydrogen in the region with data centers. Another key project is the major cycling destination in Offaly. Is to increase the number of domestic cycling and walking tourists. Its potential pause on there or for tourism, for tourists, between Dublin on the east and the west coast, and it's a post-peat Midland climate education and leadership with responsible tourists. And one very important for us, and if you have a chance to walk in Tullamore today or tomorrow, is the Grand Canal dock development in Tullamore with Waterways Ireland. We are the master plan stage at the moment. It's consideration of creating a scaled-down version of the Grand Canal dock Dublin, attracting foreign direct investment and internationally trade jobs. It's to create an iconic development with mixed-use development of business, commercial, residential, recreation, leisure, and tourism. And it's also to unlock opportunities for urban regeneration and a more balanced regional development. I just mentioned the response for the County of Offaly, but also I want to mention the response from the local authority, us, the Offaly County Council. What has been our response to just transition, So to lead its partners in a just transition and have a strong established relationships with key stakeholders across the statutory, energy, business, and community sectors. It's to foster a culture of innovation with an agile and proactive county council and its local enterprise office. But also I want to mention our elected members who have actively engaged with our members in the Irish National Parliament and members of the European Parliament on the importance of the just transition to secure a sustainable future for Offaly. We should also lead by example on the climate change agenda. We are doing at the moment we are developing at the moment an economic development strategy. It's a 5-year plan. We're also promoting remote working and encourage, as I said, people to stay or to relocate to Offaly. We lead the development of an attractive tourism destination brand, and also we continue to secure funding opportunities through Project Ireland 2040. So in conclusion, I believe Offaly should take advantage of the transition to have a fair and sustainable future for Offaly. More than any other county, Offaly punches above its weight in terms of renewable energy, generation, and its contribution to the achievement of a carbon neutrality. Offaly has a strong and a long tradition of expertise and skills in energy generation and a hard-won public acceptance of energy infrastructure. Connectivity is key. Connectivity, including grid, gas, fiber, water, road, is fundamental to securing a just transition. But as well, government policy and decision-making around energy and infrastructure must recognize and unlock the potential of Offaly for investment and job creation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I hope this microphone is working. I hope so. Okay, in view of the fact that the Minister has kindly will stay for another couple of minutes, I would invite 3 very brief questions or observations from, we already have Christophe. Okay, right. Let me start with Christophe, and then I'll go through the rest of the hands. Okay, Christophe. Maybe there's a microphone there. Thank you. We'll take the questions, and then we'll go to the panel.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a small comment. I visited Ireland 30 years ago for the first time. It was at the University of Limerick, and I was deeply impressed by the level of education, by the dynamic young people, and by people being such a committed. I think this is a very good foundation for the situation today, for this very successful just transition in Ireland. So I will just stress the role of human beings, of people, of good education and good civil society in that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was Christophe Ballon from Poland. So that gentleman there, and there's a gentleman behind you, and then we'll go to this side. So give your name as well, please, when you're speaking. Behind you, behind you.
Sorry.
There, yeah.
Thank you. My name is David Lane. I'm the SIPTO organiser for energy sector of SIPTO, representing the workers of Board and Warner and ESB involved in all this. And I have to say at the outset, I'm very disappointed on behalf of the trade union movement that no trade union representative was asked to speak at this conference today. Our members are at the forefront of everything that's going on here. Our members are borne the brunt of it. Our members actually suffering out there. And all the strategy actually made laid out there about the just transition, it's our members actually involved in all that. And not have a representative from the trade union movement here is actually disgraceful. And I just say the Irish Congress of Trade Union has developed its own policy document in relation to just transition. And I just read out what it actually, the core statement is. The just transition transformation of the economy and is a fair and inclusive manner to ensure the maintenance and creation of a good quality jobs, the participation of workers and the trade union movement in the anticipation of social management of industrial change. It is a prerequisite, not about us, without us.
Thank you very much. We will certainly, the fact that you're here allows you to have that voice, and you've just given it. Just behind you, there was a hand up. No, it's okay. So we'll go to this side, this lady here in the second row, and then Rudy. Just there, yeah.
Hello. Pardon me. Sorry. Hello. My name is Kate Carmody. I'm an organic farmer from North Kerry. I also live in a peatland community, and a drain peatland community which suffers huge socio-economic deprivation. What I want to know is why this fund cannot be spread out to all the peatland communities in Ireland which are suffering. And in my other role as chairperson of the Irish Hemp Cooperative, we were promised at European level that the Just Transition Fund could be used to promote a hemp and flax industry in Ireland. And they're all traditional old crops for Ireland. So we just want to reinvent the wheel again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I go to Rudy and then this gentleman here, but Rudy first. No, we'll start here and then you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Rudolf Kolbe from Austria, a member of ECOSOC. Thank you for your presentations, very interesting. We in Austria had similar problems with carbon and steel plants that were closed, and where we have a lot of experience with these things. What I'm wondering that besides Stéphane Duclos, nobody mentions the potential of tourism. And I think you have all the means here, the nature, what's your idea, not only to bring here new industries in the sense of companies, but what's about tourism? Could you please answer this?
Thank you, Rudy. Over to the far side there.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I agree with Minister Hackett. In view of climate change, the collection, preservation, rescue, and use of traditional seeds in modern agriculture is now an urgent need. Have to provide important solution. The specific proposal on how is member state, European Union, utilize in this condition the traditional seeds of each of its member countries. And once again, how we grade the Europe Seed Bank to protect them not only from extreme weather conditions, but also from humans' wars. Traditional seed varieties are important in healthy farmers and all people in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Christian Moos, and then the speaker down there.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very interesting debate. I would like to ask you, the stakeholders here, what you think of local self-government, whether that would be what the state of play there is in Ireland. I believe it's a bit more centralized than some other countries. And just not to be misunderstood, I I don't believe that, for instance, in my country, in Germany, everything is fantastic because we have municipalities in transition, talking about coal and steel, etc., and they're really poor. So they have local self-government, but that alone doesn't help either. I'm rather impressed by the importance of civil society engagement here, which seems to be not only complementary, but maybe is that instead of local self-government? How do you view that? And what would you like to achieve? And what can we learn from each other? Maybe we have too little engagement and maybe too much bureaucracy. I don't know. I mean, in Germany.
Okay. 2 more hands are up there. That's the only 2 I'll accept now. That's the last 2. Okay.
Sean Finan from the Irish Bioenergy Association. We have a Just Transition project. It's called the Midlands Bioenergy Development Programme. And just if I could plug, we're officially launching the project on the 22nd of June in the Arts Centre in Moat. So you're all very welcome. Okay. My question is very simple to the panel. How do we bring the public, small business and farmers on the journey towards delivering on the Just Transition agenda? Thank you.
Good question. Final question there.
Hello, how are you? Liam Kildea from South Roscommon. First of all, I want to thank Seamus and the Minister there, Pippa Hackett. The reason I'm talking here, that man's hit on it there, the tourism and also the natural sea bank. There's actually a burn landscape in South Roscommon, and we have a barrier reef which is 330 million years old. And I think Just Transition, that will be a huge asset for County Offaly, the whole Midlands. So there should be a wider conversation. We really have an important landscape in South Roscommon and it would benefit the whole Midlands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, in a very as brief as possible, I'm asking the panel who wants to take. Do you want the Minister or take some of the questions?
Okay, is this on? Yeah, thanks. Just to Christoph, I mean, I think it is an important aspect in terms of the education, and as a graduate of UL or a postgraduate of UL, I welcome the compliment for that particular institution. I think in relation to address maybe Liam's point at the end and the issue in relation to seed, I think it is important. I mean, one of my responsibilities is over horticulture. It's also over forestry, and we see how plants indeed are adapting or not adapting to climate change, and I suppose breakdown in wider biodiversity. So I think it is a really important aspect to consider. And if that could be moulded into a Just Transition type of support, maybe there is something in that. So I think that is a good comment. And let me think, what else have I got here? Might leave it at that, but I think Kate's point about why is it limited to the Midlands, maybe, Kieran?
Thank you, Minister, for that kamikaze pass. Actually, because, Kate, there's a very simple answer, but it doesn't answer your concern. It was confined to the Midlands because the immediate closure of the 2 power plants. But in the future Just Transition, and certainly under the future Just Transition Commission, it will be taken a national view, even though the major emphasis in the fund will still be around, I think, the Midlands. But the definition of Just Transition will be looking at areas by which any decision around natural, let's say, peatlands, forestry, other water resources, land use, will be taken on board where there's a decision made by government. So I think there will be an opportunity under the European Just Transition Fund and the Just Transition Commission to look wider to some degree than the Midlands around where the impact is likely to be made of climate action measures. I'm delighted you're an organic farmer. I'm sure Pippa is glad to hear that too. Addressing the trade union concern, given my own background, and I was involved in trade unions for 20 years almost, and the Congress trade unions, I'm very central in my head. Trade union movement is vitally important in the whole Just Transition. It has been a lead proponent of the issue of Just Transition, both here and within Europe, and certainly when I come to make any recommendations to the Minister about a future Just Transition, I will be of the view very strongly the trade unions need to be at the core of that, because it is going to affect employment. Digitalisation is going to affect employment, and indeed a considerable number of our industries down the line, because of the climate action change, will have effect on employment and how we recreate employment and diversity. So don't worry, I'll be there, as I have in all my reports and in meetings of trade unions. On the tourism side, I think I emphasised very important the tourism and the network of tourism. In the Midlands alone, I have outlined in my reports, but there's been new developments over the last 4 years around heritage centres, around the use of our waterways, our greenways. Bordnamona lands have been opened to cycling and walking trails. And my God, did we need them during COVID. They were packed. The people rediscovered their own country, rediscovered their own land. One of the biggest tourist centres in the country, actually, is based in Westmeath in the Midlands, the leisure centre, so the centre parks. So it is there, and it's maximising and utilising very much what is there already. We don't need to recreate it. Our four ancestors created it for us, both our Celtic ancestors and our foreign invaders, namely the Viking, the Normans, and eventually the English. So all that infrastructure is there. Let's use that heritage, and we are, and there is a high degree of initiatives. Local government, to me, civil society interacting with local government. I think we have very strong local government in our country. Certainly, the recognition that the Midland Regional Transition Team is looking at that as one of the most important structures within the whole delivery of just transition here. But also the Eastern Midlands Regional Authority will be overseeing body for the fund, and the engagement there is quite important. Sometimes people say we have too much government in the country. There's divided opinion on that, but certainly the strength of local representation here politically has been very important to me in my work, and the way they have been able to bring their voices of concern to national representatives, to ministers and to government.
Thank you. Stefan? I just want to come back on two issues raised by the assistants about the tourism, and I won't repeat what Kieran has said, but it's the key action through the just transition. I mentioned in my presentation one of the key projects, the major cycling destination in Offaly and the Midlands. This is key for us in terms of just transition. We are working actively to develop a tourist destination brand with Forger Ireland, which is the main organization in Ireland who's dealing with tourism. In relation to local communities, my experience in Offaly, they have been hugely involved in relation to projects which have been approved under the National Just Transition. Lot of projects out of the 56 which I mentioned are leading by local communities, and my experience in Offaly, they are very active. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Apologies to the next session. First of all, I would like to just thank the Minister for her presence here and for her work in this area. It is quite expansive and extensive, and I think her commitment over the last few years, from certainly in my own organisation, Irish Rural Link, has been second to none. So I really appreciate your presence here. To Kieran Mulvey, again, you've seen the commitment, you've seen the almost passion and motivation he brings to this position. We're very lucky that he is in this position, because I think it is a major, major change in our economic, social, and indeed community history, that we make this change. It's not without its difficulties, as we've heard in some of the questions. And of course, to Stefan, representing Offaly County Council, the local authority plays a major role in this region, as Christian Moose was pointing out. That authority has to be leading the people. That is the authority with the elected representatives, and they have to be first and forefront in the discussion. And that's why I'm very pleased you could come along. Okay, we're going to get this table ready, so maybe there's a little break for about 2 or 3 minutes, and if you want to take a break, but you will be called back quite quickly, and apologies to John Comer, who will be the moderator for the next session. Thank you for that, and thank you for your attention.
You know, this fabulous karst landscape.
Sorry, but we have to restart because we're making the live on the web stream, and the people at home are waiting for us. So could you please get back to your seats? Thank you.
Okay, everybody, is it possible to get order and get people to resume and take their seats, please? Because we need to be fair to the contributors to give them all a chance to make their presentations. I would respectfully ask that people would resume their seats. Thank you.
Sunshine. Folks get down in the sunshine.
The conference for everybody's sake. And the prize here is when we finish at 12:30, we have a lunch. But if we don't get through the presentations, we have to stay till 1. Rudy?
Mr. Boland and Mr. Gofas. I start to name and shame. Yeah, I'll stay over there. I just initially I'll say a couple of words. Yeah, I think we should start. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you're all very, very welcome to the second session. I know there are some people still having tea and coffee, but that's because there might have been a little delay to get the services. But all is very good, and you're very welcome back into the hallway, into the room. Obviously, if we get through this in an efficient manner, we can all have lunch at 12:30. So in order not to have me in your sights, we shall get through it in a reasonable, pragmatic fashion. Just by way of background, John Comer is my name. I'm a dairy farmer from the west of Ireland. I've been formerly a leader of a national farm organisation, and now I have the pleasure and the privilege of representing organised civil society in Europe. There are 9 Irish delegates, and this is a very important forum in order to have an impact in terms of what we actually want to see manifest itself in terms of regulation and legislation that comes from Europe and eventually ends up in our fields, in our towns, in our villages, in our communities, and have an impact there. So it's very important that we have informed regulation and informed legislation that is fit for purpose for the communities in which it's supposed to be acting in a favourable manner to create a sustainable environment, both economically, socially and environmentally. So it's a big challenge, but that's the challenge. There are 9 Irish members, and I'd like to say a big hello to my Irish colleagues, but particularly to my European colleagues that are here from all across Europe, colleagues and friends indeed, and to the Secretariat from Group 3 that have travelled to Ireland to participate and to help organise as well this very important conference. The title, of course, is Just Transition. And for me, Just Transition is very easily explained. Provide people with functional, affordable alternatives, and you will have buy-in from everybody. So it's easy explained what just transition is, but to achieve it is difficult, and blaming and all that kind of thing is also not appropriate. So we have to be proactive and come up with ideas that are outside the box and that are fit for purpose and that will be tailored for the communities that they're meant for. Because often in the case, when you say that you're a farmer and an environmentalist, people laugh. Well, there is no contradiction, I can assure you, anymore, because we have all got a duty upon ourselves, including food producers, to be sustainable in all elements of sustainability. And we need to work together. And in fact, a metamorphosis has taken place. And just briefly, I was in New Zealand in 1986, I think, from recall. And the Rainbow Warrior, which was the ship of Greenpeace, had come into the harbour where it had been damaged by protesters against the Green Movement. And the Green Movement has evolved to be real for the most part in terms of what they're trying to achieve, in terms of working alongside environments and food producers, and the recognition, which is of vital importance, that we've got to feed the world. Nobody has the right, including the green lobby, have the right to decide who lives or dies, because that's how important food is, and that's how important sustainable food production is, that we're able to sustain what's projected to be 9 billion people going forward. So we have a duty to the environment, but we also have a duty to everybody else. This session is termed Strengthening Community and Building Capacities Through Recreation and Heritage. Sometimes what we have in front of us, which is on our doorstep, we actually overlook it. But we have that right here in the Midlands. We have that in communities across Europe, in every single member state. They have recreation and they've got heritage. And we have got very esteemed and very well-informed panelists here today. And it's my privilege and pleasure to have the opportunity to introduce Aoife Kirk, Kate Flood, and Brendan O'Loughlin. And we have little bios here in relation to it. And the first presentation is going to be by Aoife Kirk. And Aoife is a project coordinator of Connecting Communities with Peatlands, which is very important. A project funded by the National Just Transition Fund, led by Irish Rural Link and Community Wetlands Forum. The project aims to deliver capacity building training to peatland communities in Ireland and the Midlands. Aoife has an MA in public advocacy and activist from INUIG and has a background in global development education, public affairs and advocacy. Aoife is a proud Kildare native, and on Saturday evening, Mayo, which is my county, plays Kildare in the football. So I'd like to apologise in advance for beating you, Aoife. So, but we'll take that one. We'll take that up afterwards. Currently, Aoife lives in County Dublin, where she volunteers with 4 district woodland groups to campaign for the protection of mature woodlands in the area. So I would like to welcome to the podium, without further ado, Aoife Kirk. The floor is yours. Not on my list. I apologise for that, everybody. Not on my list. My list says Aoife.
I'll introduce myself.
Sorry. That's
Hi, I'm Jim Ryan, not Aoife Kirk. She hasn't had a sex change operation. I'm Jim Ryan, and I'm a wetland ecologist. I worked for the state nature conservation organization for 40 years and was involved in the designation of many of the peatlands and in a lot of the early kind of conflicts in relation to that designation. And at the end of my career, towards the end of my career, we started to engage more and more with local communities. I saw that they had a really essential role to play in the things that needed to be done to protect nature and to protect humanity. So I switched and now work as a volunteer for the Community Wetlands Forum. So I'm just going to give you an overview of that as rapidly as I can. Now we seem to have a problem. I'll just continue, though, to save us time. Okay, all right. It's gone out of format. But look, Community Wetlands Forum, community, basically people working with a common purpose, essentially usually place-based, but it can be interest-based. In our case, it's both. Our members both have a common interest, which is protecting and managing their wetlands, and that's usually place-based, that they're usually associated with a particular wetland or a particular part of the country. So wetlands are basically self-explanatory. They are wet, and they have a particular ecology associated with that. Forum. What's a forum? Forum is where you can talk in a safe place to people about things of mutual interest and get on and identify things that need to be done. So basically, our constitution is aimed at providing a platform for community-led groups to work together and based on the principles of community development. So, that involves empowering people, fostering participation, inclusion, equality of opportunity and anti-discrimination, self-determination and partnership. We're not just talking to ourselves, we're talking to everyone else. And now our subsidiary objectives, we'll just run down through them very, very rapidly, but essentially to promote wetlands as being places both for nature and for people, where people can come together to appreciate what they actually have in their environment. As John was saying, people often overlook what they actually have in front of them. But also it's to deepen people's appreciation of what the potential is of that. What does it do? What are its functions and what does it deliver for people and what could it deliver with the appropriate management? So this means that you have to increase your knowledge about what wetlands do, but it's also you have to know what's the potential. So to be up to date with what the potential is, you have to be involved in latest research. You also have to know, once you know what you can do, you have to be able to access funding to actually do it. And obviously, it's like any organization. One of our main jobs is to grow the organization, to extend the message further and deeper. And to facilitate this, we have the Community Wetlands Forum, where all stakeholders in wetland conservation and management can participate as equal partners. That's the really important thing, equality. This is where we started off in 2016. 8 wetlands, say 14,000 visitors, a lot of other activities that you can see there. We don't have a fully up-to-date story, but at the moment we're up to 35 plus wetland groups, and on one site alone, and that's partly possibly due to COVID, but also due to the activity of the local group in Abbey Leaks Bog, we have an estimated 65,000 visitors at that one site. So things are growing like topsy. I've mentioned the 35 groups now, and they're spread throughout the country. It's not just restricted to the Just Transition area. And there is potential for cross-border cooperation and possibly membership. So it could be an all-Ireland group. But I think what I really want to say, though, is these groups, they're not mad greenies. They come from all different perspectives. Some have been around for a couple of decades. Some of them developed in response to a threat to their local wetland. And some of the times that threat was peat extraction. Sometimes some of the groups developed because there was a threat to their turf cutting rights in a particular wetland. So there you are, you've got 2 totally different groups of people. All of them would have people who are interested in their locality, in their local history, in natural history, and in supporting the well-being of their communities. In the forum, we also have the other stakeholders, because there's no point in just talking to yourselves. So they include state, semi-state bodies who are responsible for regulation in particular, non-government organizations who are mainly conservation oriented organizations, educational institutions. A lot of our work is trying to educate ourselves and others about the uses and values of wetlands and how they can be used for the benefit of the public, both locally and globally. And there's individuals with appropriate expertise. I'm one of those individuals. We have a strategic plan with a vision. This plan was launched by our president, Michael D. Higgins, in 2017, and he strongly supported the model that we actually have for going forward. So our vision, a society where wetlands are valued by local communities, and that community engagement is valued as a means of protecting and managing them for both present and future generations. So the mission that we have is to support the protection, management, and wise use, very important, wise use of wetlands so that we can have sustainable communities. And it does this by providing the network for the communities to share knowledge, ideas, research, and best practice. That's not kind of academic, that's real. It's amazing to be around at the meetings. It's amazing to be on the WhatsApp groups. The ideas are fizzing around. The support for individual members is there all the time. For me, as someone who's worked in the state sector, it's inspiring, is all I can say. So the values then are promoting wise use and appreciating the ecosystems services that they provide, locally, nationally, globally. Fostering well-being for individuals and communities. In all of that, adhering to community development principles. In other words, respect for others, helping others to achieve their aims, discussing what are mutually advantageous actions. And obviously, in everything that we do, the conservation and care for the environment. We have 10 actions. I'm not going to go through them because then we'd be seriously out of time. But just to say that we have the action, we have the strategic plan. We're going to revise the strategic plan. We haven't been able to revise it because of COVID, but hopefully in the very near future, and I mean by the end of this year or early next year, we will have a new plan to go forward again. And part of that will be obviously looking at what we've done, what we've failed to do, and improving what we're doing. Next slide, please. This is a timeline of our activities. I think the important thing is, okay, we're formally constituted. We have a constitution. We work within the framework of Irish Rural Link. We had a development officer, and we will shortly have a full-time development officer. So developing strongly in that way. We're producing educational material for our own people and for others, such as guidelines for communities managing their local wetlands, but also a training framework. Aoife is going to talk to you about our involvement in Just Transition, a project connecting communities to peatlands projects. And just to say that we're also involved in EU projects, and we've also been involved in organizing a study tour of European site managers to Ireland. The particular interest in that was that it was looking at how natural areas can act as climate buffers against climate change. So we've got this local, national, and international scope to our activities. So you'll be pleased to hear conclusions. So look, we're obviously growing rapidly, both in terms of numbers and in the range and complexity of the activities that we're involved with. The community is madly enthusiastic. They share, they support each other, they share what they know, they tell each other about both positive and negative experiences, obviously, because positive experiences, can people replicate them? Negative experiences, can people avoid them? And how to do that. They have these active linkages with other stakeholders, and those other stakeholders support what we do, both in terms of input, suggestions, but also in terms of funding when that's necessary. And our profile, at least in Irish terms, and our acceptance is increasing because people understand the job that we're trying to do, which is to raise the awareness of the goods and services that wetlands can provide. So, is there any negatives? Well, you can't have a talk without having some negatives. So, there still is a reluctance on some parts of the public sector to engage with local communities. Both in a practical way. We don't mean a kind of a greenwashing way. We mean a real way. And this can lead to delays and suboptimal results on the side of the major players, shall we call them, and also resentments and frustrations on the other side. We want to try and avoid that, to get around that. So we do think that there is a role for more national policies which would facilitate an earlier and more real engagement by local communities in environmental decision making. And that requires, though, the provision of some resources to allow them to have to participate at an equal level with those who are proposing developments. At a local level, with local communities, these major players could talk to local communities because they can identify their needs best and facilitate the achievement of those needs, which would help build both trust and respect on both sides and facilitate then a more optimal engagement across the whole range of society. So basically, we can say that the Community Wetlands Forum exists to inspire communities to love their wetlands. In a way, that's the wrong formulation, because it's the communities who are inspiring each other. And that's where we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Jim, for that most informative presentation and a lot of figures. And the one that stood out, of course, was 35 wetland groups, which is something that one wouldn't have imagined. There were so many groups and such coordination in terms of managing the wetlands. Again, I apologize for the misunderstanding, and it goes to show you the importance of keeping up to date, because I was reading from an older program that had been revised, and of course, you could say I was too lazy or inadvertently forgot to keep up to date. But I am not going to reintroduce Aoife and read out her bio again. I think we've been there, we've done that. But just to say that I know that connecting peatlands with the communities ties in and fits in very nicely with Jim's presentation. So now I'd like to invite Aoife to make her presentation and welcome you to the podium. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for my fantastic introduction that has happened a little bit earlier on. Thank you, John, for that. And thanks to Jim as well for his presentation. That's really kind of set us up nicely to talk about, connecting communities with peatlands, and a project that is funded by the National Just Transition Fund and led by Irish Rural Link and the Community Wetlands Forum. So Jim has kind of really given us a good starting point, so I'm going to take it from here. The project has 3 years of funding, and we started last year, so we're just about coming up to the first year of the project being completed. And so I'm just going to bring you through what the project is itself, what we're doing at the moment, and what we need in the future to support communities in the just transition process going forward. So I'm just going to set the scene a little bit before we start, although Kieran Mulvey did a really nice slide on setting the scene for me and talking about the importance of just transition in the Midlands and why this is important and the historical factors that play into that. And I'll also give you a project overview, just a quick brief summary of what we're trying to achieve, and then bring you through some of what our training and our workshops look like and what we've done to date and what we intend to do in the future. And then finally looking to the future, because that's really one of the most important things that we're trying to do here. I'm going to briefly go through this because a lot of you already heard this morning from Kieran Mulvey, who I think did a fantastic job talking about this in particular. So in 1921, Ireland got independence from Great Britain, and with that came a policy of protectionism to protect the Irish market and the Irish economy from the free market. So we were trying our hardest to let our own market grow, and with that came a sense of energy security. Generating our own energy became incredibly important, obviously in a state of protectionism. Bord na Móna was established in 1946, so you've already heard a little bit about Bord na Móna this morning. It did exist in a previous form in the 1930s as the Turf Development Board, but in 1946, I suppose it was kind of more repurposed to be more focused on domestic heating production, and then eventually for milled peat for electricity generation. And then again in the 50s, we had electrification of rural Ireland, and this was a massive, massive feat for Ireland as a nation that only had independence 30 years ago, 30 years previous. And so Bord na Móna was a massive driver in terms of employment and economic development and providing security for people. And as Kieran Mulvey had said, development of entire communities and providing social housing. So this is significantly important to people who grew up in these communities, and really, input a sense of national pride that you're doing something incredibly important for our nation to have energy security and to be self-reliant in that sense. So then we come all the way from decades of using milled peat for energy generation and continued, making of briquettes and things like that for home heating as well. So significant, important, being used all around the country to the cessation of peat harvesting. So there is a massive impact there on people's identities, as people had developed their identities in these areas, and a significant attachment to this. So, once this ended, your identity becomes challenged. Bord na Móna rebranded itself as a climate solutions company, focusing on renewable energies and peatland restoration, but left a community with an identity and attachment to peat as a fossil fuel, for energy generation, for electricity, and for heat. So we have this dichotomy here. And some people felt a sense of abandonment from Bord na Móna, a confusion as to where their identity lied. And so that's kind of where projects like Just Transition projects can come in, because communities are so important in that process. So not only can we stop burning carbon in the form of peat, but we can also store carbon. And I think that's probably something that's really significantly different when you're talking about a peatland and just transition compared to maybe a coal or steel factories. And 2.8% of our planet is peatland. And in Ireland, 20% of Ireland it's peatland. So you can see that it makes up a significant mass of this country, so 1/5. When dry, peatland emits 2 billion tonnes of carbon annually every year. So that's annually, that's not just Ireland, that's a global figure. But when it's wet, it can store 2 times the amount of carbon than forests can. And that can be 30 to 70 kilograms of carbon per cubic meter. So this is incredibly significant. So there's a possibility here to rewrite a story and to create, I suppose, a new identity for people living in peatland communities here in Ireland, and to say not only, was their work and their history incredibly important for the development of Ireland, but going forward, their work and their dedication can be incredibly important for the world in relation to climate change and climate action, which is so significantly needed at this point. So that just brings us then to a project overview of where we come in. And we're looking at community development and capacity building, which is so significant for a just transition process, because it's not just about the workers, but it's about the people that live in the towns and the areas. So we applied for funding in the National Just Transition Fund under the section of community development and capacity building, which is fantastic that it was recognised by the state as something incredibly important for the just transition process. And we look at building capacity based on local leadership and through the supports provided by agencies and institutions, some of which Jim has already mentioned in his previous presentation. And also to empower communities to manage their own resources as well. And again, to provide a networking platform for community-led conservation through knowledge sharing, the sharing of research, best practice, ideas. This is incredibly important and really kind of an extension of what the Community Wetlands Forum are already doing around the country. And also finally, again, significantly the support and protection and management and wise use of peatlands for sustainable communities. So that's really an overview of what we're trying to do. So I just want to give you an idea of some of the trainings that we're providing at the moment and what we've already kind of completed. We've partnered with an environmental NGO, Leave No Trace, to carry out a training with community groups so that they can understand how best to be in a peatland, to protect it. So Leave No Trace are a NGO that promote the rights of nature and the protection of nature. So this could be, you know, if you're building a boardwalk on a bog, well, how best do I do this but also protect the land and the biodiversity around me? You know, in terms of waste disposal, a lot of bogs tend to get littered, and also fire prevention and how to act in those cases. We also ran a webinar series called Build Your Bog Knowledge. And that was a 5-part series, and it was online, and we had various experts and community groups come and speak at these online webinars, and we had, you know, great turnout, and these resources are available consistently as educational resources on our YouTube channel. So, like, we talked about various different things. We were looking at the plants in the bog, plants and animals of the bog, and looking at the formation of bogs and things like that, and the types of bogs that do exist. But we also looked at the archaeology, which is incredibly significant in Ireland, and the cultural heritage as well, and arts and photography projects that are taking place around the country. And then we also looked at climate mitigation and restoration practices for community groups with various experts there. And finally, we also engaged with community groups to do one of the final presentations. And this particular one was around how to develop a boardwalk and how to do it completely community-led. So we also run conflict resolution trainings. We worked with ARC Mediation, and it was particularly a bespoke conflict resolution training for peatland communities. So to empower community groups who are living in certain areas to be able to take action themselves. And so just some of the quotes that we've had from that, and I think we'll probably be running it again in the future because they found it so useful. So anyone likely to find themselves in conflict situations should consider this training as a great gift. Facilitators had a clear plan of action and worked through it. It has given me more confidence to tackle the thorny issues and the importance of being a reflective practitioner. Even in a voluntary capacity, it's good to reflect on how we manage meetings, especially as chairpersons, in situations where conflict is involved. And the importance of active listening to all sides of the story and how to work towards resolution. So this is really significant in areas that are experiencing this particular transition because it can be challenging. And finally, at the moment, we're running ideas generation workshops. So this allows community groups to come together to discuss various ideas that they have and how to progress them forward. So we're looking at various ideas around conservation, restoration, recreation, ecotourism, heritage, culture, and the arts. And what we hope to then achieve then is to support community groups to carry out feasibility studies, to have community engagement events, encourage collaboration, and also for study visits to allow them to experience what other communities have also achieved. And then ultimately, these particular projects that they will have developed can be economically and environmentally sustainable for their own communities. So looking to the future, just some final points on this is our last slide. Looking to the future is incredibly important in this situation because the future we only have the present and the future. So we're looking at formalizing peer-to-peer mentoring. It's an incredibly important process within the Community Wetlands Forum, but also for Just Transition, to have community groups working together with community experts, learning from one another, and appreciating that these experts have built up years of knowledge and experience, and giving them compensation for their time and their work, and to support community groups to develop projects based on their own knowledge and experience. That'll work. There we go. So we've heard an awful lot about the bottom-up approach throughout today. We heard it in the first session this morning, and it's really important to strengthen the bottom-up approach for increased partnerships and collaboration. So, we are talking about the bottom-up, but we're trying to build the capacity of the people that are community groups, grassroots, on the ground, so that they have the ability to meet institutions and organisations who are in the middle or at the top, so that they have that ability to collaborate, and also that they have equal access to funding opportunities, and that they can collaborate on various projects, and that these projects then don't fall onto the shoulders of community volunteers who are not paid for their time or their work, so that there is a sense that it's community-led, but also working in tandem with other structures that already exist. And then commitment and engagement from key stakeholders. This is incredibly important looking to the future. If we want to have a successful Just Transition, we need to see commitment from major stakeholders to engage with community groups. And we have heard already a good bit about that this morning. Because it's not just, we're not just talking about the bogs, we're not just talking about, people's livelihoods, but, we're talking about the future of this region. We're talking about the retention of people to live here, to work here, to come and settle here. We're talking about people's lives. And, having key stakeholders engage with community groups and have a seat at the table for everyone who is involved in this process is incredibly important for the success of Just Transition, because otherwise we will just end up with an unjust transition. So thank you very much for your time, for listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Aoife, for that most informative presentation, and it was very, very good to get the context of the evolution, perhaps you could say both physically and in the mindset between the foundation of the state in 1921 and all the way up to the current situation where there has to be real change in terms of how we do business in terms of fossil fuels, and particularly the dependency that there was here and the industry that came from it back in the day, and now there has to be, and there is a transition, and how that plays out both physically and in the mindset. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce a graduate of NUIG and a postgrad from Maynooth University, Mr. Brendan O'Loughlin, who has spent 30 years working in rural development in County Offaly. Originally from Mayo, and for our European visitors who aren't familiar and probably Googled the capital of Ireland, Safari might have said Dublin, but it's actually Mayo. Just so as you know, and you can make a little note of that, and I won't dwell on it any further. I'm not biased, it happens to be my county as well. Brendan is currently CEO of Offaly Local Development Company since its foundation in 2008. The OLDC is the implementation body for both the LEADER Rural Development Programme and the Social Inclusion Community Activation Programme. It's also known as SICAP, and I have some familiarity with it, and also administers 12 other programmes in Offaly. The OLDC employs 260 people, both directly core staff and scheme participants. Prior to this, Brendan was the manager of West Offaly Partnership for 13 years, delivering social inclusion programmes and community development projects within the West Offaly. Brendan also worked in the 1980s for ICOS, or the Irish Cooperative Organisation Society in Tanzania, assisting in establishing agricultural cooperatives. And there's a city in Tanzania called Dar es Salaam, and I think it roughly translates to haven of peace. So I think Brendan likes peaceful life and so on and so forth, because there's a theme running through. Also, Brendan is a member and chairperson of MRTT, Community Assistance Social Enterprise Committee, Director Laois Offaly Local Link Rural Transport Project, and Managing Director of Green Offaly HQ Just Transition Project. So it's my great privilege and pleasure to introduce to you, to make his presentation, Mr. Brendan O'Loughlin. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. And I've discovered that I'm the gap between ye and your lunch, so I get cracking. I'm a blow-in to Offaly of only 30 years, and I live in a lovely little town called Banagher, which is on the River Shannon. I'm conscious that I'm in the room with founding directors of Offaly Local Development Company who are now retired and some still current, so please don't heckle me or upset me in any way. I guess the challenge in preparing for a talk like this is very much, I'm conscious that I'm with many experts, many people who have looked at the policy development, and the angle that I want to come at this is how do you bring communities into this? How do you bring the people who are losing their jobs, their families, and it is probably, I would say, almost impossible for me to meet any community organisation that doesn't have either somebody who works in Bordemona or the ESB, or somebody who is their brother, wife, sister, child, that's partaking in that. So this, I suppose, I'm talking about the peatland communities. Okay, I have it gone back here now. I suppose the challenge for Offaly and the challenge for the Midlands, and I can only talk about Offaly because that's the only place I really want to talk about. I believe, and Stefan has outlined this very clearly, and I don't think anybody can have any argument that the most impacted county in Ireland with the changes that are taking place in terms of peat harvesting and peat power production is County Offaly. And I guess the challenge for Offaly is that in some ways we knew this was coming. We knew that it was coming to an end, and we probably realistically expected it to be 2028, 2029, 2030. And then all of a sudden the rug is pulled from under you. Changes take place, and then the fundamental change in your economic platform for what I call the peatland communities. And they are the place where people live, work, recreate, and want to rear their families and want to live and see the next generations come along. So the challenge is that there can be any amount of money that you can invest in this, but you've got to have a plan for how you spend it, and you've got to create the opportunity for that. And I suppose the capacity of the communities, and when I talk about communities, I talk about all of the voluntary organisations that exist in that place. I talk about all the sporting organisations that exist, and I talk about the businesses that exist there, be they current or under threat. What is their capacity to be able to respond to that, and how can you target that at the most effective communities? There is a view that that investing in a region can bring all of those communities along. I think there's evidence from changes in just transition processes throughout Europe that show that if you don't invest in the small communities, in the communities that exist right around the place, right around the areas that are most affected, that they get lost, they get forgotten. In many ways, they become highly disadvantaged communities. So our focus in Offaly Local Development Company is to go out and work in those places. And for those who are from the Midlands, I'm talking about small communities like Shannon Bridge, like Ferban, like Cloughan, like Welch Island, like Bracknell. And these are places that have, you know, populations of less than 1,500 people or in around that area. And they want to be able to go and see what is the future for themselves. So there's an inherent danger of long-term disadvantage and marginalization. I suppose every challenge, every catastrophe presents an opportunity. And we would like to look at this from an Offaly Local Development point of view. And I know that our colleagues in Offaly Local Authority and in many other of the agencies that are looking at this are trying to see and try to identify a new future, to reimagine a place and to reimagine what this can look like. Because if you take away the fundamentals, then you've got to create a new foundation for that. So I think that what we are doing is we're looking at communities being supported to identify and promote the locally identified responses. Okay, and there are really good examples of this. And if you look at the history of industry and enterprise in Offaly, there's a very high success rate of indigenous businesses that have grown to be international firms. And a lot of those have been based on the skills and the education and the training that they received when they were in Bordemona or when they were in the ESB. So we need to be able to look and see how can you support small-scale businesses where people who have the skills, who have the talent to be able to take that on. I guess one of the things that we're very conscious of is that you have to support leadership, you have to develop leadership, and you have to enhance that in terms of being able to support it over a long period of time. We've heard various speakers talk about the history of Bordemona, the history of peat production, and the history of power generation in the Midlands. That's taken place over 50, 60 years. And now that stops, and we've got to look at how we invest in that over a long period of time again. And that is what a just transition is about. Communities and the local communities that we are part of in County Offaly have to be an equal partner in a just transition. And I know Kieran Mulvey talked about the partnership in this, and I'm talking about having a key role in that. And they are the peatland communities, what we would call the Bordemona communities, and the places that he talked about, if you look at Kilcormac or look at Ferban as places that are probably built and designed on that platform. And the investment in supporting those indigenous solutions needs to look at that at a very targeted way, at how that can be supported at a local level. The investment that's required is, I suppose, in what we would call community innovation and sustainability. The changes that are taking place in our communities are taking place for a reason. We're looking at climate change, decarbonisation, and again, what we can do, and Aoife has referred to this, is we can become a place from having a negative consequence to having a very positive consequence. So we need to look at how we do that. We need to invest in education, and I know Pádraig Boland from LOETB is talking about this later on, and I'm not even going to go there. But the investment in education that needs to take place to replace the investment in education that's being decommissioned in terms of the loss of Bordemona and the ESB as educators and trainers of people needs to be looked at and needs to be invested. We need to look at new carbon-free and sustainably owned local enterprises. And we've talked about energy production and energy generation. There is no reason why that can't be locally owned. And that presents a great opportunity for communities to have a different way in which they look at their place. We need to invest in, I suppose, creating what we would call a green platform. And what I'm talking about are those community projects, those long-term sustainable projects. Tourism runs through the very core of what we're talking about. If we're going to invest in greenways and blueways and brownways, it's how do we accommodate the people who come to stay? How do we make money from that? How do the people who live in those areas invest in that opportunity that presents to them? And I guess that you look at your communities as stakeholders and as promoters in this. Eddie Bautista is, I suppose, one of these people that I've read about in terms of just transition, and he's based in New York. And he has a point in this that just transition, it's not just about the environment, but it's about community, it's about jobs, and it's about justice. And we use that in a very focused way in terms of what we want to do. So what you're looking at in terms of our impression and our vision for a just transition is that the provision is targeted to support those that are most directly affected. Okay? That you go after the places where the greatest impact is taking place. You identify, cultivate, and support local enterprises at both private and at the social enterprise and new development system. And it's interesting because I hadn't thought about it until John introduced me and talked about setting up cooperatives in Africa more than 30 years ago. But that idea of bringing people together to provide cooperative solutions to things that are in their area, whether it's cross-selling, whether it's in terms of production, whether it's worker cooperatives or any of those opportunities, you've got to look at how social enterprise can go and do that. And it's really interesting when you look at the first round of Just Transition money that has been allocated, a lot of it was drawn down to look at projects that are of a social nature but want to be economically sustainable. We need to collaborate at a sub-regional level to develop projects of scale. And what we're talking about here is that if you take an area like West Offaly, and my colleague here, Monaghan, is here today, and she does that for us within Offaly Local Development Company and within Offaly as a county, is you bring communities together and they work together to say, well, listen, if you have looking at walking routes or cycling routes, well, they don't stop at the parish boundary. They go to the next place and they go to the next place, and then they'll go at a regional level. So you look at that, but it also brings communities together to be able to look at projects where they need a larger investment, and they're able to take that on. And I suppose it's to use the challenge as an opportunity to create communities that are sustainable and that have a long-term future, both environmentally, socially, and economically. And that is a challenge, but it needs an investment, and it needs to be invested, again, in a very targeted way, and that you need to plan for the short, medium, and long term. Throwing money at this isn't the solution to the problem. You've got to invest in the people, and you've got to invest in the place. And I suppose the last couple of slides that I wanted to put up are just images of where we live and where we work, and the potential that's there, and the peatlands, the waterways, the canals, and the communities that are there, and how they've started to work together. And if I can pick out one community, which is the community of Ferban, they put together a plan probably 20 years ago, and it has started to reap benefits in the last 7 or 8 years. And that is, like all great things, something opens in it and it's an overnight success. And how did you make that happen so quickly? They planned it out well, they thought it out well, they structured it, they created the platform in which they wanted enterprises to have a space to set up in their area, and that's the opportunity. And there are so many of those for Offaly. And I guess the piece that I wanted to say last really is that just transition is about people in place, and this needs to be central in all the responses that we consider in looking at the future of Offaly. Thanks very much.
Hello? I think it's working. Is it working? Yes? Okay, thank you. I wasn't quite sure. Thank you very much indeed, Brendan, for yet again another very well informed and very skillfully presented presentation that touched on a lot of very, very important points, and particularly I think the one about local communities owning the replacement energy sources that's going to be needed for the next hundreds of years. And I particularly be passionate about making sure, not that I have anything against multinationals, that it's local communities that gets a dividend for providing a service, and that we keep them local, because that has to be organised and it has to be structured. It just won't happen. Now, what I'd like to do, we have 5 to 7 minutes to open it to the floor to have as many questions as we can possibly take. So the floor is open. Okay. Indeed, Yuri, Arts. Okay.
How are you doing? I'm Paddy Rigney. Worked with Pete all my life, but we'll say we've had a lot of redundancies in the Offaly area, more obviously, but we've had over 1,000 already. We have 500 jobs aboard the Mona at risk over the next few years. I really worry to see it, like, have we put climate change ahead of poverty? Like, we can talk about the local community businesses, things like that. They're not going to employ that many people. So I really beg you to have a look and see where you're going to find employment for people, as ESB and Board of Mona have done in the last 50 years. Okay?
Okay. Yuri Sipko.
Yes, good afternoon. I highly appreciate all presentations. We are actually living in a very critical period of the development of civilization. As COP26 clearly describes and shows the roadmap for the future, and actually emphasize that it's necessary to make adjustment and resilience. But the most important is how to reduce the risk, how to share the risk, and how to manage the risk. So my question is, from your point of view as a panelist, how do you see to all this kind of issue, reduce the risk, share the risk, and manage the risk in terms, as the last presentation was very clear about investment in terms of private, public, and in connection with the potential disaster which is the result of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Sipko. Art, please introduce yourself as well, because I probably, sorry, the lady here to your, this lady here, Art.
Yes, I can stand. Thank you very much. My name is Kerliat. I'm coming from Estonia. And thank you very much for the presentations. In Estonia, we have a quite similar situation regarding the peatland. It's almost 20% of the land surface. I was really wanting to know about the alternatives regarding of the land use and in fuels, in particular for house heating. In Estonia, we have started to really dig into the wetland farming. What's the situation in Ireland? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gloria. Sorry for the pronunciation of your name. There's a gentleman down the back on the left.
Hello, Harry. My name is Liam Kildare, South Roscommon. First, my questions are for Aoife and Jim, and I know you're doing great work, and also for the European Union. We have a butterfly called the March Hillary butterfly, and it's legally protected, the only insect in Europe that's legally protected. And the major on this publication, that's our landscape, a karst landscape. It's right beside the peatlands. So we'd love you to get a seat at that chair and work together with you, because you're doing great work, and we have a karst landscape there, and I think it should be all, no man's an island. So the peatland needs the care. So would someone take that on board and maybe chat to us later on? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. That seems to have exhausted all. No, there's a gentleman down the back on the right-hand side.
Hi, yeah, my name is Pat Kennedy from a company called eTowns, and I just wanted to mention that there's a major push, which you're probably aware of, but haven't heard mentioned yet, around the idea of smart villages being pushed at European level through LEADER. It's a lot about community empowerment, so letting communities take control, understand their own planning process, and I just want to see, is that approach being worked or threaded through the Just Transition movement for community empowerment?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to close the questions at this stage. Is there one more? Okay, sorry, I cannot see. It's difficult with the lights.
Declan Harvey's my name, Cahill of the County Council. I just want to say I burn turf. About 50% of Offaly people burn turf. There's no other alternative. So to Just Transition and all that, I'm hoping that there will be an alternative. But if a ban comes in, a lot of people are going to be in trouble because I will continue to burn it until I have some other source of fuel. Burn oil also, and so there's a lot of others. That's just a fact. Thank you.
With that, I'm going to close the questions session. It's now 12:30. We're due to finish at 12:30, but to do justice to the questions, I'm going to offer the floor in order as we're sitting to each panelist and be brief, but be respectful to the questions also. Thank you, Jim. The floor is
yours. The issue of poverty and climate change, and do we have a choice of dealing with one rather than the other? They need to be dealt with together, not as opposites. And there's no simple way about that. You just have to get down and to try and tackle it in a joined up way. And I think that's what Just Transition is about. Someone else mentioned, could we meet after and to talk about how we could assist, and we're absolutely open to that. That's what we exist for, and happy to follow up with you.
Yeah, obviously just to echo what Jim has said in relation to Just Transition and looking at climate change and poverty, they should not be put at one as superior or more important than the other. You know, the whole process of Just Transition is to have social inclusion involved with it, and if it's done properly, poverty is also addressed with it. But that's, you know, I can see you shaking your head, and like I completely agree. You know, we have to completely ensure that we're not going to put people into poverty. And I think that kind of brings me then to the next question in relation to, you know, an alternative to turf. You know, we can't move forward until we've actually dealt with the issue that people still need turf to keep their homes warm. Like that's a fact. You know, it's a fact. You know, that gentleman there has said that, and I'm sure there are also many other people in the room. So that's something that the government also needs to address with people, so that, you know, that we can move forward, and it's significant. And as Brendan had also said about community energy, and that's significantly important. You know, we already have a member of the Community Wetlands Forum that they're still cutting turf, and they're using it locally in their homes, but they are now looking at providing community solar energy on parts of the particular bog that they do own. And they're taking control over a situation that they know that they don't want imposed on them from above. And I think that they're, you know, a fantastic inspiration and incredible that way. And in terms for the land use, this lady here just mentioned that communities here use the land in various different ways. A lot of community groups have gone in and looked at restoration of bogs and turning it into a place for recreational use in particular. And then also, you know, as I just mentioned, some communities are looking at alternatives for energy sources for their communities. Yeah, and that's me. I think I answered everything.
Paddy, just in relation to your question, I don't think there's a simple solution to it. I don't honestly believe that anybody's going to come in and create 500 jobs, but you might get 50 that create 10 jobs. And I think that you have to look at, I suppose, the skill sets that are there within the community and the resources that are there and the investment that takes place. And if there's justice in just transition, well, that's why it has to be focused on the places where people worked. It's about how you reimagine the facilities that are there, the skills that are there, and how you do that. And I think there's a great consciousness and a great experience from around Europe in terms of where mining has changed and where mines have closed, about how you try and invest early to be able to do that in the local areas. And I think that's probably, it's a challenge for everybody, but it's a question of trying to find out what is a solution. But I think it's at a smaller scale that takes. That's just my own opinion on that. In terms of, I suppose, Sipka's question, I think it's about kind of a whole of society investment in this, and it's about spreading that how the money is used in that. And I'll skip the wetland one. I'll skip the turf burning one as well, Declan. Thanks very much. But the smart villages one, Pat, we're from a local development company point of view, we delivered the leader program on behalf of Offaly County Council, and smart villages are very much built into the community planning process that we use in that, and it's to give any community an advantage. And I suppose the one thing I would say is that whatever we've learned and whatever badness COVID has brought to us, it's also presented us with an opportunity in terms of how people can come back and live in our areas as well.
Thank you, Brendan. Lunch will be from 12:30 to 2 p.m. We'll reconvene, so it just remains for me to say a very big thank you for a very rich debate to Jim Ryan, to Aoife Kirk, and to Brendan O'Loughlin. Thank you all very much, and see you after lunch. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Just a small announcement, just to tell you that the lunch is on the first floor, and as
enjoyed your lunch. My name is Killian Lone. I'm one of the members of Group 3, the Civil Society Organisations Group of the European Economic and Social Committee, and I'm currently serving as Vice President of that committee, working on our communications and interinstitutional relations. And I have the pleasure of moderating our first panel after lunch today, entitled Creating Jobs and Delivering Renewable Energy. Just a quick word, a logistics word to you. Those of you who are using headphones, the translation headphones, and leaving in the course of the meeting, if I can remind you to drop them back to the desk outside. I think some of them are starting to wander out of the hotel. And I'm pretty sure from experimenting with them myself before, they don't work on anything else, as far as I know. Not that I've tried to steal headphones in the past. But I think it's easy to forget that you have them. So if you could remember to drop them back if you're leaving for another appointment or an engagement. With that, we have an hour and a half for this session. We're starting 5 minutes late, but we have 3 interesting presentations and speakers to share with you as we continue the conversation from this morning. And I know from talking to people over lunch, I wanted to offer my congratulations to all of the team for putting this together, because it's been an interesting selection of different speakers and participants from the audience, where we can have these important discussions, and an important space and geographical location to be in to have these conversations. So I hope we will have time for some questions at the end of the presentations, and judging from the previous sessions, a lot of you want to say something and want to ask questions. So I hope our speakers will allow us time to get to those after we finish the initial presentation. So as I say, creating jobs and delivering renewable energy. The first of my 3 guests is Councillor Eamon Dooley. He is a member of the European Committee of the Regions, which is it shares the same building as us in the European Economic and Social Committee, an important consultative body within the EU institutions, and is also an elected member of Offaly County Council for the past 29 years. I read here that you retired from working from Bord na Móna after 46 years, so I think that political and practical perspective is very welcome to our discussion today, and I'm very pleased to give you the floor and ask you to welcome Councillor Eamon Dooley.
Thanks, Killian. Good afternoon, folks. I'll try to be as short as I can, but I have to slow down for the interpreters, so it might be a little bit longer than normal. When the founding father of the Irish beet industry, Todd Andrews, was asked by the government to explore the potential of large-scale turf development, the first place he visited was my native parish of Verban, some 30 kilometres west of here. In his book, Man of No Property, Andrews recalls that visit in 1934. He wrote that he witnessed poverty in Verban, the like of which he had not seen in the poorest slums of Dublin's tenements. In 1936, the population of my village was 301. Just 20 years later, that figure had tripled to over 900. My late father started work in 1939 with the Turf Development Board, later to become Bord na Móna. He spent the remainder of his working life with the company until his retirement in 1982. Like most young men in peatland communities, I joined Bord na Móna as an apprentice in 1970 and spent my entire working life of 46 years with the company until I retired 6 years ago. I am the son not just of a Bord na Móna worker, but of a Bord na Móna community, a community shaped by our landscape and by the peat industry. That industry transformed the entire Midland counties from a wasteland to a vibrant economy for almost 8 decades, until the government decision to shut down the industry in 2020, an action that has led to this transition. But the transition, though necessary and urgent, is not without pain, pain which I believe is not being shared equally. The livelihoods of workers in the fossil fuel sector are at risk. Peatland communities face an uncertain future as the sector which spawned and nurtured the very existence of those communities disappears. Additionally, the people living in those communities are far more dependent on fossil fuel to heat their homes than elsewhere in the county, never mind the country. The negative consequences of such a transition were anticipated, leading to the Just Transition Mechanism being put in place by the EU. It is a process that has chosen a tagline that reflects its focus: leave no one behind. That focus is reflected in their core principles of just transition: the need to identify those most affected, engage them in real dialogue, ensure the actions of just transition are targeted, and maximise economic and social opportunities that will address adverse consequences. The just transition mechanism must minimise, mitigate and carefully manage the challenges faced by our communities. It is not enough that we accept those core fundamental principles of just transition. They must be seen to be put into practice, and the positive impacts must be felt by the communities and among the household and workers directly impacted. The EU has also recognised that the transition to low carbon is like any other disruptive change. Its success depends on bringing people with it, feeling part of it. Social solidarity is at the heart of just transition. Change of the magnitude envisaged draws attention to inequalities and vulnerabilities in those parts of the country that have been neglected from a development and job creation perspective for decades. Addressing these inequalities is an inescapable task, a moral responsibility. Social fairness is impossible without the creation of employment in those peatland communities. And while I appreciate the need to embrace the opportunity for regional development, especially in terms of attracting direct foreign investment, we cannot ignore the reality that the consequences of current policy impact disproportionately on rural communities, which may not attract foreign direct investment because our rural towns are devoid of massive infrastructural development and investment. The just transition process would be failing in its core objective if the only jobs that result are in the urban areas. The availability of local employment opportunities is a core element of any sustainable community, presenting its youth with the opportunity to remain and the migrant with the attraction to arrive. Ireland's draft territorial plan does not inspire confidence, and I do not see any emphasis on social fairness. There are 4 development needs, and the creation of employment justifies only half a need, sharing development need 1 with the modernisation of business. When one explores the proposed actions required to achieve that, they focus on development plans, business support and training. The only employment created may well be the dedicated staff required to draw up these development plans. I realise there is a need for generic rather than specific proposals, but they should be ambitious, they should be targeted, and they should promote confidence that no one will be left behind. That means identifying the opportunities most likely to generate employment and to contribute to sustainability of the Midland peatland communities. Tourism would be a good starting point. With Clonmacnoise, Castle, Lochborough Discovery Park and the Slieve Blue Mountains to the west of the county, the community most impacted so far, and the Grand Canal stretching from Edenderry in the east to Shannon Harbour in the west, a combination of outdoor activities and pursuits throughout the Cutaway Bogs, which would link the peatland towns and villages, has the potential to once again transform the economy of this county. Offaly has a unique opportunity to attract those who desire tranquility and those who seek a more adventurous holiday, whether that be a canal boat trip from Dublin through Kildare or cycling the canal towpath to Edenderry and Tullamore, a walk through Rahan and Pulla to Lochborough Discovery Park, and a Velarail trip to join the Grand Canal at Gallen, or the 16-kilometre walk along the Bordnamona railway network to Clonmacnoise, and a boat trip along the River Shannon. There is job creation potential for Bordnamona workers and others in developing and maintaining the tourism product of trails, greenways, etc. There is a niche market which can be exploited. But for this unique experience, we need modern, affordable, self-catering accommodation together with the hotels and B&Bs. Offaly County Council does not have the resources, either human or financial, to make this a reality. Falch Ireland, working with other stakeholders, are best placed to make it happen. I'll move to delivering renewable energy. The stated ambition of developing the Midlands as a key energy cluster is welcome and now needs to be the basis for both enterprise and employment creation. A renewable energy partnership with a solar farm operator has the potential to provide the required funding to promote local enterprise and to fund such bodies as Verband Business and Technology Park. A 500-acre solar farm has the potential to generate over €500,000 annually for the promotion of local enterprise. Community energy projects can also support job-creating social enterprises, such as childcare, elder care and disability, and other social services to ensure a just transition for all. The energy sector accounts for roughly 2/3 of all greenhouse gas emissions. Energy is a cross-cutting sector that affects transportation, buildings and industry. Any means of energy production has an impact on the environment, which encompasses issues such as land use, waste production and disturbance to flora and fauna. Therefore, it has a significance for both the economy and nature conservation. These effects need to be addressed if we are to attain a sustainable energy sector. Since fossil fuels are a finite resource and their use has been contributed greatly to climate change, renewable energy sources are regarded generally as a preferable alternative. At government level, we need action that debunks the belief that their sole contribution was to cease the use of fossil fuels for energy generation without a follow-up plan. And within the Energy Master Plan, the Midlands must be designated as not merely a region transitioned to carbon neutrality, but a region that, with the necessary government and European financial and technical support, develop the infrastructure required to support renewable energy to the four corners of this island and indeed well beyond these shores. Relying solely on the projects funded under the Irish Just Transition Fund to create employment that will mitigate the job losses that cause this just transition is already doomed to failure. Too many of the projects will have negligible impact on the affected employees and communities, and too many others have little or no employment outcomes. We must learn lessons from the Irish Just Transition Fund. The European Just Transition Fund presents a genuine opportunity that will only be realised if employment, retaining, upskilling and education are prioritised and targeted in order to assure equal opportunities for those most directly impacted by job losses and those for whom future opportunities within impacted communities are non-existent. Younger workers, women and those in lower paid employment merit particular attention and investment, and as part of the green transition, ongoing investment must be made in required infrastructure that allows for delivery of digital and other programs in rural communities to allow those communities to foster an entrepreneurial spirit from within. We need to invest in enterprise creation that requires skill sets matching the former Borden Mona workforce and makes economic sense. A recent gathering of Borden Mona workers proposed an enterprise based on upgrading the inland waterways fleet of 15,000 pleasure boats from carbon-based propulsion system to a greener propulsion system, i.e. electric, hybrid, solar, along with upgrading the boat's electrics to include solar panels. Finally, there is an opportunity for this just transition process to impact positively on the next one, through the embellishment of sustainable agriculture programs developed by the Shoffley ETB in partnership with Chagas and the agricultural colleges. The next phase of this initiative should be to broaden the scope of the initiative beyond Borden Mona employees and their families, to include the farming community and in the just transition area. The initiative would support smallholders to maximise benefits from CAP reform, transition to a more sustainable approaches to land management and development, and enhance incomes. And it could support greater food security locally and embellish local initiatives like Forban Food Hub at Forban Business Park. There is even an opportunity to build on existing resources like the cranberry field at Nogg's Bog, a unique resource to sustain existing jobs in the artisan food businesses already established at the food campus and attract new food businesses into the business park. The cranberry field is the only one of its kind in Western Europe, providing a crop of organic cranberries as a food or drink ingredient for the food industry right on our doorstep. The cranberry fields might well serve as a symbol of what is possible if we proceed with courage, imagination, and above all, with policies informed by social solidarity and fairness towards those asked to carry the heaviest burden of our transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very interesting food for thought and practical suggestions as well for how this just transition can take place, which I think is what is too often missing. As part of your speech that stood out to me was saying the idea that sometimes it feels like there's a plan to cease the use of fossil fuels, without any follow-up plan of what's going to happen afterwards or what is the impact going to be on different communities. And I am appointed to the EESC through the environmental sector, so it's the reasoning for ceasing the use of fossil fuels is very strong to me in my working life. And the gap then between that reasoning and the social impact of implementing what I and many feel is essential and urgent that we implement is the gap that the Just Transition is meant to address. And I think conferences like this help us to really target in on that question and show where the difference between the rhetoric at a very high level and the reality at a community level, and that's what really needs to be bridged. And I think to do that, part of the important element is to have both strong leadership and very targeted management. And our next speaker is, amongst other things, lectures on leadership and management, and also is vastly experienced, over 20 years experience in designing and delivering strategic programs and working on strategic development. But Claude Barry, you're here today as Project Director of Social Enterprise Exchange and Director of the Cluster Centre. So you're very welcome to the podium to share your intervention on those particular projects.
Thanks, everyone. During the lunch break, the hotel were brilliant. They provided me with some peat. I think it's very important that we have instruments of what we're talking about today and have them here with us. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Killian, and to the European and Economic Social Committee for today's event, and to the Midlands and National Just Transition team, and to Irish Rural Link for the opportunity to participate here today. Before I left home this morning, I mentioned this conference was being translated and transmitted around the world, and my teenage kids rolled their eyes to heaven and the thought of me being transmitted outside of home. So in spite of that, I'd still like to say forza, bienvenue, willkommen, and bienvenido to our colleagues who are joining us online. The title of my presentation here today is about creating shared value. So there are three parts to my presentation. In the first part, I'll be introducing the approach. In the second part, I'll share what's happening in the project. And in the third part, I'll outline what's coming next. So Social Enterprise Exchange, or SEE, set out in 2022 to gather the regional social enterprise landscape. And we're working with local, regional, and national stakeholders to enhance cooperation, connection, mutual understanding, and considering the full potential of social enterprise in our economic and in our social context. Thank you to our founding partners, the Just Transition team, Roscommon Integrated Development Company, Galway County Council, and Laois County Council, as we set out on this journey. So Social Enterprise Exchange is providing the opportunity to connect social enterprise and stakeholders across the Midlands region. We're building upon and gathering the existing great work that exists in each of the individual counties, and this will enable us to explore the role of social enterprise in our new future, examine what is needed collectively to embed and grow this sector further, and shine a light on how we can collaborate at a regional level. We understand that how we connect and how we collaborate provides us with a platform to learn from each other and to share our responses and experiences. This in turn can inform policy and build sustainable, responsible, agile, digital and 21st century future infrastructure. And it gives us an opportunity to co-join with other regions across Europe. So we have seen for the last few years different shocks in the system: climate change, Brexit, COVID-19, remote working, the war in Ukraine, the war on talent, energy shortages. So it's clear that we need new approaches to how we're going to take the lead and respond to these challenges and transitions. So by way of example, we could see in COVID-19, the first people in our communities to respond with PPE was the community. So at the Cluster Centre, we are proposing clustering as a way to structure our society and our economy going forward. And to give you a little bit of context around what a cluster is, and we're starting out on the journey of clustering, and at European level, they're very well performing in this space. A clustering type approach prepares regional ecosystems of related industries and related competences. Their mission is to facilitate strong, close, and trust-based collaborative relationships. So I'll say that again, strong, close, trust-based, and collaborative relationships between companies, research organizations, public authorities, local development companies, training organizations, and their mission is to strengthen the competitiveness and prosperity of the region that they exist in. Clusters bring together stakeholders with industry at the center to encourage innovation, job creation, transitions, and training and learning. So according to the European Panorama of Clusters and Industrial Change report, by way of example, clusters account for almost 25% of total employment in Europe. The cluster performance in Europe, they've driven growth in Europe, they have a higher number of innovative and high-performing firms, and they show better performance in social and competitive indicators. And we see, for example, there's a 13.5% higher average wage in the cluster type structure and 77% more high growth firms in specialized clusters in particular regions. So there is a lot that we can learn from clusters. So where are we just now? We've started Social Enterprise Exchange just last December. And at this time, this is the ecosystem that we're building. So we're connecting with Irish Rural Link, Offaly Local Development Company, Galway Rural Development, we were in Athenry last week, E-Town, Smart Villages. So we're connecting with all of the stakeholders around what social enterprise means in this region. We're proactively building our regional relationships, and we see this as one of the most promising and impactful ways in which we can do more and together. This shared value will support us in meeting the regional needs in the years ahead. And as we prepare, we're looking to the EU expert group on the social economy, and we see that the need is for partnership approaches, for collaborative interactions between local authorities, leader companies, social enterprises, communities, research, second and third level sector, all working towards a common conversation. Whether it is a pipeline of social innovation, a pipeline of talent for social enterprises, and examining opportunities for scope and for scale. So to date, we have facilitated enterprise conversations online, and more recently, we're moving in person. We're building understanding and listening to what the social enterprises need. We're building the collaborative conversation and sharing learning. We have submitted a policy paper on social enterprise to the 6 local authorities in this region. We are joining the dots. We're sharing the experience, and we're raising the visibility for social enterprise in the region. In time, we will measure the social and economic impact of social enterprise in the region, and we will highlight how they are agile, responsive, dynamic, and in responding to the challenges that arise. We are building this partnership between industry, social enterprise, state agency, local development companies, and local authorities. So the 6 counties in focus for Social Enterprise Exchange are Roscommon, East Galway, Laois, Offaly, Longford, and Westmeath. And the social type approach to the social enterprise sector across the 6 countries, it'll generate opportunities, it will build in scale, and it will increase the scope and optimize the resources available. We will align with local, regional, and national development plans. At this time, we are mapping the social enterprises in the region in order to make visible the size of the sector. And here's some of the social enterprises that we've already met. You can see by county, you can see by industry, and the name of these social enterprises. We'll meet a few of those in a moment. And we're looking to generate interest, appetite, and ambition for joining the existing regional social enterprise base. So we have the opportunity now to meet some of the social enterprises in the region.
Glory was originally built according to a replicable model. So we were looking at initiatives like DIY, Grow It Yourself. We were looking at the Men's Sheds Association, and these were how would you put it? Initiatives that had begun to respond to particular situations that were characteristic of the time. I think with the Glory, then it was in response to food and health. About 1 in 5 people have inflammatory bowel of one form or another in Ireland, 20% of the population. And so this is because we have a 95% import regime for vegetable foods. And in order to fix that, there needs to be localized food production, and never has that been more of a necessity or more apparently in need than at the moment with post-Ukraine crisis, energy crisis, cost of living increase, and so on. And so,
yeah, I guess it's kind of changed a little bit over the years, but we're kind of focusing now on a just transition, and it would be like the facilitation of a just transition in rural communities. And so we see ourselves as like a group to facilitate other groups and organizations within these communities and kind of bring innovative practices within rural towns and villages.
From that, we developed a program over COVID, an initiative we called a Connecting Communities Initiative, where we went into a couple of the nursing homes in the Midlands, in the Offaly area, and we gave them some iPads and headsets, and we set up an initiative where one day each week we called them and we did bingo with them, or music, or just chat.
We started a migrant women's group, an online migrant women's group during the pandemic. And that group, it probably wouldn't have been possible to start that group given the different location of the members of the group, because they're all across the county. They don't have access to transport. A lot of them have children who are not in school yet, so they very much have caring responsibilities that will prevent them from attending events during the day.
That is a small flavour of what the social enterprise, some of the areas that they're working in across this region. So we can see whether it's a food, energy challenge, needing to connect with our older community, needing to connect with our migrant community, that social enterprises are really there and at the centre of providing responses to that. So this is our team, Gabrielle and Ashley, who's with us now. Yeah. So where are we going to next? Thank you. So we will identify the common opportunities for social enterprises in the Just Transition region. We're focused on creating shared value and identifying the connections and expanding the societal and economic progress in tandem. And the concept of creating shared value will enable us to inform policy and operating practices that will enhance the competitiveness of this region, while simultaneously considering the economic and social conditions in the communities in which we operate. Okay. Social enterprise exchange will help us to organise the data available to evaluate the social enterprise situation in this region, which will enable us to compare and connect with other territories. This can be in employment, areas of work, shared learning, how we measure impact. It will enable us to reflect on policies and strategies that can guide development in specific regions. For example, if that's towards a greener, a digital, regional well-being, as well as renewed competitiveness and sustained employment. In addition to the green, digital and demographic transitions that are underway, we know there is a need to strengthen and emphasise healthcare, education and the food systems. That is clear. So social enterprise exchange will help us to identify and respond to key questions and specific social enterprise issues on where we can structure action, knowledge flow, knowledge generation that can assist decision makers in constructing competitiveness for well-being. And I can see the Basque Country recently has published a report on how you can construct regional economies for the economy and for well-being. So there's learning available there to us, and they would have a 20, 30-year history in clustering. So social enterprise exchange will help us to identify and respond to key questions about specific social enterprises on where we can structure action, knowledge flow, knowledge generation, and assist decision makers in constructing competitiveness for well-being. As we move into this transition and on into recovery and on into renewal, we need to take advantage of the windows of opportunity that arise. Today is welcome to hear that we have the aim of moving towards inclusive and sustainable well-being in tandem with economic recovery. We have our first regional conference on the 29th of September in Athlone. So if you're interested in social enterprise or in a clustering type approach, please get in touch with us and sign up for that. Thanks for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Clodagh. That was excellent to hear about that work that you're doing, and hopefully many members of the audience and viewers online will follow up with you on that with your with the contact information that you shared. And I think the whole idea of building and sharing experience is what is essential in this space. We think of the EU very often as the member states that come together at the council and make decisions at that level. And then within each of our member states, we're governed by a national government making strategies, programs, and policy decisions. But really, it's at community level that we feel everything, that we feel the impact of everything, that we feel the worst consequences of everything, that we're left to implement the particular plans and programs that are put in place. And I think increasingly when you work with communities, you see that those structures break down sometimes. Either the flow of resources doesn't reach right down to the people who are most active within the spaces, or the knowledge and information isn't shared down to a community level, or the communities themselves are not empowered enough to be able to share with each other, not just across a region or a country, but across different member states of the EU. That sharing of knowledge at a community level where we all see what we have in common is so important. And a community in Ireland might have something more in common with a small community in Slovakia than they might have with a community living in the middle of a big city somewhere. You know, within countries you can have such disparity that it's an arbitrary grouping in some ways to put them all together. So I think the type of work that Claude has described to us is very interesting in developing that idea a bit further. And ensuring that we have success at a community level requires us to be participative and partake in those structures and systems that are in place. And our next speaker is one of those citizens who's very engaged, is active in citizen engagement structures that are already in place in Ireland. We have public participation networks, and we have local community development committees. And Derry O'Donnell is a member of both of those in his local area, but is not only academically qualified, but is here today as the development coordinator for community-led Just Transition North Tipperary, which is a project, if I'm not oversimplifying, is very much focused on retrofitting homes. And here to tell us a bit more about the work that Derry's doing in that area is Derry O'Donnell, to share with us the details of that particular project.
I'm waiting for the thing to sync here. Yeah, so I'm just going to give an overview of the community-led Just Transition North Tipperary project. So it aims to mobilise community-led retrofit around communities around Littleton and that have been affected by the closure of the peat factory in Littleton. So I'm not going to read through all of this, okay? This just explains a little bit about Ballingarry, some of the facts and figures, you know, about it being, you know, on the public deprivation index, you know, it's listed as being disadvantaged and marginally disadvantaged. The next one then is Littleton. So these are communities that we teamed up with. So they have their own local community development associations. that Energy Communities Tipperary Cooperative that I'm working with teamed up with these. Again, I'm not going to read through all the details there, but they'll be available on, I'm not sure if presentations have been sent out afterwards, but they'll be there. So ourselves then in Energy Communities Tipperary Cooperative. So essentially we're a pioneering community-led retrofit, and we're also one of the lead members of the RESCOOP Working Group on Citizen-Led Renovation. RESCOOP is the European Federation of Energy Cooperatives. And, you know, we're kind of been focusing on using energy and efficiency and generation as a tool for local development. It's a community-led, not-for-profit cooperative. We've got 15 member communities and with volunteer directors from those community groups. And we specialise, as Cillian mentioned, in home insulation, upgrade and retrofitting. And we're also looking at community-owned renewable energy. It started back around 2010 in the small village of Drumban, up in the hills of North Tipperary. They were looking at how could we rejuvenate the local economy. So back 2010, you know, that was just after the financial crash. People were leaving the area. They were having difficulty trying to field a team for the local GAA team. That's Irish Gaelic hurling for any of our European listeners. So they had a meeting and they were, you know, went through different ideas. They had a brainstorming session, and one of the things that they did was a survey throughout the community, and they worked out that there was about €1 million per annum leaving the locality on home energy costs. So, you know, for heating oil, etc. So they worked out, well, if we could save 25% of that money from leaving the local economy, that's like, you know, that's the equivalent of an investment of €250,000 per annum into the locality. So they thought, right, how, you know, this is, you know, something to work with. So they piloted a program with SEAI at the time were introducing their Better Energy Community scheme, and Tipperary then was a pilot project for that. 20 houses were retrofitted in the first year in Drumban Upper Church. And so currently today there's 15 community energy teams. Over that period, you know, it's seen €12 million invested in rural communities. 860 homes and 30 community and commercial buildings have been upgraded, with 10 gigawatt hours of energy saved and 65 jobs supported. This is just a little map. So you see Drumban, small little village there in the centre, and it's currently spread out to all these communities here. We've got communities in Limerick and Clare as well. So even though it's Energy Communities Tipperary Cooperative, you know, we operate under a cooperative ethos, and are happy to share our knowledge and expertise. So this is just a little about the unemployment in Littleton. So, you know, on the Hubble Deprivation Index, there was 125 jobs lost, you know, with the closure of the peat factory there. Now, even before the closure of the factory, Littleton had already been identified as an area of high youth unemployment, and Ballingarry, Killinall areas were the same. And as I mentioned previously, it was identified as being very disadvantaged to marginally disadvantaged to disadvantaged. And this was before the closure of the peat factory. So the building energy ratings, this is from the SEAI BER map. And again, it kind of shows the highlighted area there that, you know, the need for houses in the area to be retrofitted. So the aims of the project, it's all about capacity building and retrofitting the housing stock in the area. You know, we set out to retrofit 45 to 60 houses, creating warmer, healthier homes, with a particular focus on homes, you know, of employees affected by the closure of the peat factory and those on fuel allowance. So it's all about mobilising local people to get involved with their local community development associations, And essentially, you know, it's about saving money for local householders, you know, on home heating, as I mentioned about the drum ban issue. You know, it's one thing, like everybody has seen energy costs rising exponentially, you know, but changes can be made to try and cut back on those costs. So, you know, with less money leaving an area, it means there's more money available to support local businesses, local tradesmen, you know, your local sporting organisations and other organisations. So the we've had to break it down into two phases. So the first phase was the animation and assessment phase. So basically holding information events to inform people about what we were doing, carrying out technical assessments on houses in the locality that, you know, to work out what works needed to be done on them. And phase 2 then will be the works phase, and that's the retrofitting of the houses and supporting local jobs through that project. So some of you have probably seen this image before. You know, you start out with a plan and it's a straight road, there's a finish line, and then the reality is, you know, there's lots of pitfalls along the way, and you know, barriers to overcome. State aid was one such barrier. We, you know, had I don't know what you call it, a rude awakening as regards, and had to learn a whole new language around things like state aid intensity and cumulation, and you know, we had to learn a whole new language and a whole new way of financing things, because state aid rules meant that you're only allowed a certain percentage of the funding. COVID, of course, was another issue that we had to deal with. On the state aid thing, like the department were very good, you know, they worked with us to try and help us get through, overcome some of the barriers, and that's why it was broken down into phase 2. So we had some good meetings with the department on that. Public awareness and readiness to retrofit as well, of course, is another thing, you know. So, you know, people, and they're still not kind of fully aware of the benefits of retrofitting and insulating their homes, and a lot of it is they don't know where to start, you know, and, you know, where can you get trusted advice from somebody impartial or neutral who's not going to try and, you know, try and get one over on you, essentially, you know. And I suppose that's where, with the community-led projects that we work with local communities. So, you know, there are people from those communities who are trusted, you know, our community leaders are already involved in other community initiatives. So, you know, that kind of helps get over that, you know, the barrier of trust and that, you know. Rising prices then, of course, is another issue, because quotes from builders for work and that is another thing. The Friends of the Earth have recently published a little booklet there. There's a picture of it there on the, you know, blockages to retrofitting and heat pump installation. That's available on the Friends of the Earth website there. So that's just, you know, a couple of examples of how we helped, you know, create awareness. You know, we had, you know, we had good engagement with the local media, plenty of newspaper coverage. You know, did a number of radio interviews. We held information events, webinars because of COVID, etc. We're also working on a behaviour change pilot program. So this is it's a follow-on from the Energize project. It was a project I actually participated myself in about 4 or 5 years ago, and it was based around changing behaviour on energy usage at home. And just to give a working example of that, one of the ladies taking part in that program at the last workshop, we've given people stopwatches to go into, you know, to measure how long they're taking a shower for instance. And one of the ladies, her daughter, she timed her daughter how long she was in the shower for. She calculated the water flow coming out of the shower, and basically worked out her daughter, I think, was spending about an average 40 minutes in the shower each day, and she worked out it was costing in around €700 per annum, you know, just for that. So You can see those home energy saving kits there, pictured there from Kodima. So this project, it's going to be, we've a small number of participants on it at the moment, but once we kind of have the initial pilot done, we plan to extend it out to everybody, to, you know, so that we'll have community gatherings, hopefully with a hall full of people like this that will take part in these initiatives, and we hope to introduce a kind of a gamification element to it as well, where, you know, households will be competing against each other and so forth. And that will all create an interest and an awareness around energy and help address the issues maybe that people have around retrofitting. And then this is on the state aid thing. I only recently came across this to facilitate the implementation of the renovation wave. One of the issues we had was we weren't able to combine money from the Just Transition Fund with funding from the SEAI because of the accumulation regulations and the other state aid rules. So it meant, you know, that we weren't able to roll out, you know, carry out as many projects as we would have liked to do, or, you know, fund houses essentially up to 100% or as much as possible. So I'm hoping maybe somebody from the European contingent might be able to tell us under these new guidelines, can sources from the SEAI's SEIBC scheme be combined with the state, with the Just Transition Fund? That would be a massive benefit to us. I think that's the last slide there. Some of the things we're doing then as regards, and it's not, yeah. There was a slide there, I might try and flick back to it, and it was about the renovation works are labour intensive, and they create jobs and investments rooted in local supply chains, you know. So I think as regards, you know, because the topic of this is around creating employment, surveys, research has been carried out that depending on which country, but essentially for every €1 million invested in retrofit work or renovation work, as it's referred to in Europe, that 19 to 25 jobs can be created you know, from that investment. So it is an opportunity for creating employment. As I mentioned, you know, it's labour intensive. You know, it's not something you can, you know, do remotely. You know, so it is a way of creating local employment in the communities, and, you know, supporting other businesses in the area. So that's me, I think. The Tipperary ETB have opened up a new construction and retrofit training course. So they're running courses now on retrofit skills, dry lining, some of these. I'm sure there's the local ETB here probably have similar. So we're looking now at running a bus from Littleton and Ballingarry over to Tipperary town to carry, you know, participants on that. And as I said, we are looking at some community-owned solar installations on local community centres. So this wouldn't be like a big, you know, solar farms, but more or less on the local schools, on community centres, sports centres, etc. Some community-owned solar PV installation on those, which again will greatly help. So look, I could stay talking for hours here about this, so I'll wrap it up at that. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Derry, and to all our speakers. I think the three presentations go very well together and are connected, and it's nice to end with another practical example of community action and something that's really making a difference in people's lives. And it was interesting to see on your slide of the barriers that public awareness or acceptance or desire to retrofit is still a barrier, despite the quite obvious benefits. And that brings us back around to the need for trust at a local community level. And I, you know, living I live in West Cork, and I'm familiar with that myself, and I fall, I don't know if the word is falling victim to it or not, but I'm guilty of mistrusting outsiders, which is a terrible thing. But I recently was offered an upgrade for my broadband, which is awful at home, and this was an astonishingly good upgrade by a reputable company, but the guys had Tipperary accents, and I thought, they're not from around here. And I found myself looking at the license plate of the van thinking maybe they're just checking the place out. And, you know, I got it installed since. It works great. It's really good. I can, but yeah, I found myself turning into that old rural guy, being suspicious of people who didn't have an accent that was within a couple of miles, you know, not even something very remote. So I open out for questions. If I can get an idea of how many people would like to intervene, that would be great. I think we have 3 there. So if you'd like to introduce yourself for those the audience who don't know you. And
Hi, I'm a member from European Economic and Social Committee from Bulgaria. You mentioned that in this process, a just transition, we can think about everyone, or no one will be left behind. And you mentioned about needy groups or people with disability, but like in those projects, do you see real inclusion? Is it like a special project from time to time where you include people with disability, or like in all different projects, the people are not forgotten? Or women with disability, like, are they incorporated into the whole process? Because whenever we think about needy groups, we think about someone that is going to be in a more difficult position into poverty or below poverty line. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Kęstutis Kupšys, member of the EESC Group 3 from Lithuania. My question, 2 questions go to the last speaker. So if you could just elaborate a little bit in your trajectory about planning the process. You kind of pictured price increases as a barrier, as a problem to overcome. But that's the case, perhaps the price increase of equipment is the issue, while on the other side, the price increase of energy, of heating, of electricity is definitely a force which can push quite strongly towards the refurbishment of houses and towards other energy efficiency technologies. So I wonder if you have recently encountered already increased interest in those refurbishments because of those price increases, and is it somehow reflected in the increased interest from your stakeholders? And my second question is, you mentioned the community leaders, involvement of community leaders. Do you have any good practices how you can achieve that? How you can make those community leaders your allies in this process? Thank you.
Thank you. And a question down the back, please, from the gentleman, and then.
Hello, Lincoln here, South Roscommon. I'm putting this out to the European Union because they have a great importance on karst landscape. So we have a karst landscape in South Roscommon. That's the first question. So if anyone in Europe, we know that European Union appreciates karst very much, so we'd like any interaction from the European Union that has karst landscapes, because you mentioned there might be regions in Europe that we might be better matched with. My second question would be for Ms. Barry. Like drinking water, and water is probably the most important thing in South Roscommon. So you can't have industry, or so like the local community, and all our water sources come from a very small location in South Roscommon. So definitely there should be some community group or else to help to work on that to get me going forward, because like if you haven't got water, you won't have industry and you won't have community. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And we've 2 more questions for, on this side of the room, and then we'll go to the panel for answers.
Thank you. My name is Ulla Motland Christensen. I'm also a member of Group 3 on the SAC section, and I'm from Denmark. And I have been listening all day. And I have a question, because when I look of all those participants in the different subject, I miss the unions, the trade unions. Don't you collaborate with them, finding the solutions, for example, for creating new jobs? I'm only asking because we will do that in Denmark, so I am surprised that the trade unions are not mentioned. Thank you.
And one more question.
Pietro Barbieri, I'm from Italy. I'm from EESC Group 3, and I really appreciate the work of the social economic exchange. I'm wondering, just a technical question, if we're talking about non-profit organizations, or just it's broader than that, and on one side, and on the other side, if you collaborate with the local authorities and get money out of it, you participate in call of proposal, things like that. I mean, do you need to do that?
Yeah, Pietro, could you just repeat? I think our panel didn't quite hear just the last part of your question, please.
The fact is that most of organizations, non-profit organizations, treat them exactly like profit ones. So in most European countries, I mean, I'm following European rules. And so I'm wondering if one is, if local authorities are contributing to that work, how do those organizations get the money? If they get it through public tender and things like that, or call for proposal, whatever. Okay, that's the question.
Okay, is that clear about funding? And yeah, okay. I think it was just the microphone. Okay, so a range of questions there. Derry, if I can start with you, because some of them were directly targeted at you on price influence, the consequence of price fluctuations, and how to get community leaders on side, and anything else you'd like to address that you've heard as well, but please.
Yeah, sure. I suppose as regards the
yeah, it's on.
Yeah, as regards the price increases, and has it influenced the number of people that come inquiring about? It would. It certainly has. Yeah, because people, you know, I suppose it's a song we've been singing for years. You know, about energy prices going to increase. You know, and it's time you retrofitted your house. So now, you know, years later, people are kind of realizing, oh yeah, I should have listened to you 10 years ago when you started saying this, you know. So it has encouraged people to, you know, more people are attending our information events, which I suppose links in with how do you get local allies. I suppose we link in with local community groups, or people get in touch with us. You know, so typically a local development association would get in touch with us, or we could reach out to them if we had a common contact, maybe, you know, or they might have attended one of our energy information events, and they would typically host an event in association with ourselves. So they, you know, the local person would introduce us, and typically they would form like a local energy team, or in a lot of cases it could be a sustainable energy community that has been set up, that is, you know, gets funding from the SEAI to carry out a local energy master plan. So we would work with those communities. So they have like a local energy team. Each of those communities then can have a director sit on the board of directors of Energy Communities Tipperary Cooperative. So they're able to hear firsthand what's happening on the ground, you know, with ECTC, and bring it back to the local community. And they're like the point of contact then, you know, to meet somebody and somebody says, oh, I'm thinking about getting my house retrofitted, you know, that, you know, they can give them a clear, unambiguous answer, you know. So, you know, and like we're quite happy as well to refer people directly to the SEAI website if they want to do, you know, individual measures themselves. You know, people can apply for grants themselves directly. You know, so we're not kind of trying to tie people in or fool people or whatever. I suppose one of the benefits of the way we operate as well is that through the sale of energy credits. So the large utility providers like Electric Ireland and Bord Gáis, etc., they're obliged to buy energy credits under the Public Service Obligation Scheme. So what we do, we have a community fund. So any houses within a particular community, so say there's like 20 houses in a particular community to get work done, the energy saved from the work that has been carried out on those houses, that goes into a community pot for that local community. So the community then have the say on how to spend that money. So they can use that to carry out, but it would be energy upgrades, you know, so they can carry out energy upgrades on their local community building, install LED lights around their walkways, that kind of thing, you know.
And sorry, Derry, who decides that? Like in a practical way, is it the local council or?
No, it would be through the like the board of directors. So it's worked out. So the energy credits, each house that has the work carried out, there'll be energy credits associated with that. Now, an individual homeowner can't sell those credits themselves, you know. So that's kind of the I suppose what kind of our secret sauce, if you like, you know.
Yeah.
So those energy credits then are pooled together and sold as a big batch with all the through all the work, all the houses that we've carried out work on. And those each community then says, right, well, there was 10 houses came through our local energy team, or there was 20 houses, whatever it may be, and then each house would have, you know, you know which energy credits are associated with each house, and that money then goes back into the local community.
Yeah, okay. So it's a kind of a double win in a way, or it's an additional benefit.
Yeah.
That benefits more than just the house that's getting the retrofitting. There's a benefit for the whole community,
Yeah,
not just the environmental.
Yeah. So
benefit
it's the directors then would decide then, you know, like in some cases, you know, if there was like a hard luck case, you know, somebody, you know, on fuel poverty, you know, going through extreme hardship, they hadn't the funding to pay for the full thing, you know, we might jump in and say, look, well, that's a deserving case, so we'll contribute something, or the board of directors would decide, yeah, let's take that out of the community fund and we'll contribute towards that.
Okay, you know. Excellent. And Eamon, you mentioned the phrase leaving no one behind, which we know comes from the Sustainable Development Goals, but is also applied to the Just Transition. And in terms of disability groups or different groupings, how is that practically put in, or do you have an answer to that particular question?
Well, I suppose the idea that leaving nobody behind is that by their very nature, the peatlands of Ireland are in a very isolated area. Most of the road network, in Offaly, for instance, 30% of the road network would be built on a peat foundation, which is very poor. So after this transition, I would expect that the road network, the regional roads linking the peatland communities to the urban areas would be upgraded. And in that sense, not leaving people behind. And also, I suppose, it's like when money comes to an area, everybody follows the money. And that has happened in our own Just Transition Fund. And that's why I made reference to it. You know, it's not good enough that counties neighbouring us that would have very little unemployment after the transition would more or less see themselves as being able to draw down the same funding. So I think maybe that with the EU Just Transition Fund, that needs to be emphasised more. And again, my friend from Roscommon mentioned the water quality. Leaving nobody behind means that why should somebody, because you lived in a peatland area, why should you suffer because of water quality, road networks? And in that sense, we expect and deserve to be treated equally with everybody else. That's really the message.
Okay, and Clodagh, either on any of the questions that have gone before, or specifically, maybe we haven't talked yet about the inclusion of trade unions. Is that just at a different level to what you're working at, or is it something that you do engage with?
Just on the including different groups, so the social enterprises that we've met to date work with disabled people. Social enterprises are growing actually in that area. We have one of them releasing an app in the next few months, and people are waiting for that to come out. So there's proactive policy around that. A community has came and turned up in Westmeath, and they're about inclusivity rather than about exclusive working for disabled people. So that project will be mapped as well in the next month. We have Longford Women's Link, who are proactively working with migrant groups, and as it turns out now, we have the war in Ukraine and a lot of people. So the infrastructure, as I said, in COVID-19, the community were some of the first responders out there. So we need to really reward and mark their agility and responsiveness to whatever the challenges are that's coming, and recognise that. So social enterprise is very much where you have champions around a particular cause that's being animated, and we can see that in our very early stages of mapping the social enterprises based in this region. So I'd say they're a critical infrastructure in how we're societally prepared going forward, and to work that in common with how we're economically preparing. With regard to the trade unions, in Denmark, you've really super cluster infrastructure, cluster excellence Denmark. We're linking with them all the time. So in creating the cluster type infrastructure, your industry is at the center, and in the context of here today, that's social enterprise. And then you have your academics that come in and listen to what the industry at the center. You have your public agencies, you have your trade unions, you have your chambers of commerce. So it's a collaborative conversation. So we're starting on that journey in mapping social enterprise exchange, but in the cluster type infrastructure, all of those stakeholders that are involved in the local supply chain or global value chain with that industry is brought into the conversation. So instead of having silo or individual approaches, it's a circular conversation. So they are included, and you would have your own examples in Cluster Excellence Denmark there. And then in the Italian one, so we have great support and buy-in from the local authorities here in this region, and they would all value social enterprise and are looking to engage with us more on what they're already doing. They're committed to it, and we have to inform them of what are the needs of social enterprise and engage with the local leader development companies in that area as well. But they're proactive, they're supportive, and we need to see what does social enterprise need from the enterprise system. So that can be the local authorities, it could be state agencies. So we're preparing that conversation. So in the first instance, we're finding out who are the social enterprises, and then looking at what are the needs from the system. But all of the local authorities are engaging and open and interested in the work of social enterprise in this region. Yeah. And Italy, again, is another geography with great cluster landscape and heritage there that we can learn from too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all of the guests for this particular panel. I think it's been very worthwhile, and for your questions. I think we've covered all of them. There's a few minutes before the next panel will start under the guidance of my colleague Joe Healy. I see Joe's ready down the back and raring to go, and a new panel of guests to join him for the final session before we close. It's on investing in education and training, and I think follows on nicely from what we've been discussing here. So maybe talk amongst yourselves for a couple of minutes while we set up the new one. If you're from a karst landscape across Europe, head down the back for a karst dating session. Maybe you don't know your local geology, but it might be worth checking it out. All right, thank you very much, and well done.
God bless you. God bless you. So it's just the green button at all times, and I can see it on the screen there. Give it a good press. Okay. Thanks a million. Thank you. How are you? Nice to meet you. How are you?
session, commonly known as the graveyard session. So I promise that any of you I see nodding off to sleep at any stage, you'll be asked the first question, whether you have a question or not. And you'll be pointed out and humiliated or whatever it takes to keep you awake. And I have to start off with an apology. Unfortunately, one of our speakers cannot make it, and we send her our very best wishes. She's sick at the moment, so we send Tracta our very best wishes and a speedy recovery. But we have two speakers here on my left who will more than make up for her, two excellent people in their own right. Here near me is Sean Healy, and we have Sean Healy and Pádraig Boland. Now, some people might think with Seamus Boland and Joe Healy, is this a bit of nepotism setting in? I can absolutely guarantee you no relation anywhere, so just a coincidence with the names. And I just wish I was as young as when I met Sean Healy first. It's back in the 90s when I was president of the Young Farmers, but time moves on. And speaking of young farmers, can I take this opportunity to congratulate Arnold Prush de la Sac, who was a colleague of mine in the European Young Farmers and is also a colleague of mine in the European Economic and Social Committee, who this week has been elected as president of the World Farmers Organization. So a great honour for Arnold, and I'm sure he'll bring the experience both ways, from the WFO to the EESC and vice versa. I also want to, while I'm in his own county and here in his local big town, just say well done to Seamus Boland on the excellent job he does as president of Group 3 in the European Economic and Social Council. So well done, Seamus. And with that, this session here this evening is, I'd like to think that it's the most interesting session and will be the most interesting session of the day, because when you talk about investing in education and training, I think it was Benjamin J. Franklin that said, investment in education pays the best interest. And it's very much that way. And I used to work in New Zealand for dairy farmers, but there was one particular dairy farmer, and he used to send us on training courses, and he had a great line up in the milking parlour, and it read, there is only one thing worse than training your employees and they to leave you, and that's not to train them and they to stay with you. You know, and I think it's very important, and I thought it was good at the time, but it's only as you go through life that you realise the importance of education and training, and education is very much a light load to carry around with you for life. So, look, it's for the two speakers you came to listen to here this evening, and we're delighted to have you, and in advance, I want to thank you for giving of your time, and indeed all the speakers today for giving of their time and their expertise. I don't know if you have Sean's bio there, but you know it's a pretty long bio, Sean, and you've definitely had a very, very busy life. He's currently CEO of Social Justice Ireland. He's 30 years been actively involved in socio-economic policy in Ireland. Just told me there a while ago that he has addressed the plenary sessions of the EESC. And I do also want to join my colleague John Comer and Seamus earlier on in welcoming people from so many countries around Europe here to the Bridge House today. It's great to have you in Ireland, and I hope that you have a good, positive experience of your time here, and that includes people from the different countries that are on the EESC, and also the staff members who have organised this and the interpreters. So great to have you here. So Sean, you have the EESC isn't strange to you, and I see you've written a few books as well, and hopefully today you'll give us an overview of the just transition from your point of view, delve into the importance of education a bit, and I think you said that you might mention a bit as well in relation to the vulnerability of a number of countries around the world as we move forward. So over to you, Sean. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Joe, for a very generous introduction. Just to say thanks to Seamus Boland and to the EESC for inviting me here to make this presentation. As Joe said, I've spoken at a number of different functions and occasions and plenaries and all sorts of things. Group 3 sessions and broader sessions and so on over the years. And we've quite an amount of engagement, and we do some publications around things that are happening in Europe and what the current socioeconomic situation is each year. This is, when I say we, this is Social Justice Ireland. We do that as part of what we're about. Now, and I'm also glad to be saying that we actually really appreciate the fact that EESC takes the trouble to come to Tullamore, take it that way, and spend some time looking at reality close to the coalface in this way, in the same way that I know well you're doing it in your own countries as well. I think one of the fundamental principles of a just transition is mentioned already in the last session and previously as earlier as well, about leaving nobody behind. But I think we need to be more specific about that. It's leaving no people behind, leaving no communities behind, leaving no economic sectors behind, leaving no regions behind. We need to think of them all and those various dimensions that could be left behind, because I'm very convinced that the potential for leaving a lot behind exists at the moment, and we have to deal with this well. And one of the issues about education that I think is very important is education about a just transition is critically important, and I think is lacking in a lot of important spaces. Transition is not about just reducing emissions. It's about a whole lot more. It means changing, a lot of change. It means that we have to change how we travel, how we communicate, how we work, how we entertain. We have to change what we eat, what we wear, what we consume, all of which we will do to ensure that we share both the benefits and the challenges of our new way of living. And it is a new way of living. And it isn't just going to happen overnight, and it isn't going to happen with a single step. It's about transforming our society and our economy and investing in effective and integrated social protection systems, education systems, training systems, lifelong learning systems, childcare, out-of-school care. We need so many things to be invested in. We need to recognize that just transition is going to require very substantial investment. And we need to be clear about that, because it's going to become a much bigger challenge than it actually is at the moment. If we're going to do the social investment that's required to have a successful transition, so that none of these sectors or regions or communities or people or groups are left behind, then the level of investment required is very substantial. But if you look at what's happening in the world right now, we're heading into a very, very difficult period. And I'm very conscious that there are people here who have been government ministers in different places, in different countries, and all sorts of things. You understand this well, I'm sure, but I just want to note it for the record, like in a way, that we're heading into a space where the situation is very difficult. We have inflation growing, and in Ireland we're very conscious of that. It's today the latest figures were published. You mightn't have got them because they were out about lunchtime, and it's gone up to 7.5. Food inflation is up close to 10%, and not only that, but experts would say that it still hasn't peaked. So it's still going to keep going. And Ireland is not the worst. Like there are other countries in Europe that have worse inflation situations. And then you move beyond Europe and out into the rest of the world, and you see more difficult situations again. But we could be facing into a very serious recession. And we've had a serious recession at the end of the 2008, after the bank crashes and so on. And I think we have a good idea of what that could involve if we're not careful. But we need to be thinking about what is required
if we are to be serious about just transition, we're going to have to maintain investment levels while at the same time trying to deal with recession. So we're going to have very difficult challenges. How do we deal with borrowing? How do we deal with debt? How do we deal with those kinds of parameters that are set at, and that we are constantly berated by commentators and so on about? We have to be very clear in our own mind what's involved, because it seems to me that if we get a deep recession, which I think we're going to get, then I think we have to face a situation where investment will be critically important, but that we have to do some kind of arrangement. I have been arguing in Ireland that we need a new social contract, and that social contract would recognize that a thing like the recession will mean that everybody gets hit. We all have to take a hit in that context, but that on the one end, we have to protect the most vulnerable, and at the other end, we have to try to maintain the investment levels required for a just transition. Otherwise, we're not going to deal with the climate issue. So there are, like, that may seem to an awful lot of people, I think, and at first glance, it may look to a lot of people like this is a circle that can't be squared. But it's the kind of challenge that we're facing. And it seems to me that's the kind of scale of what we're talking about. It sure as heck isn't easy. There are ideas about it. I'm not the only person who has these concerns. There are ideas about it. I have some ideas myself. And I think it's important to go into that in due course. But I don't want to stay with that now, but it's just I want to put it on the record. I think it's a critical issue, and it wouldn't be sensible in a conference on just transition, a session about just transition, not to acknowledge that challenge and the scale of what's required to be able to engage with it. Now, one of the things that we in Social Justice Ireland do on a regular basis is a few times a year, is we publish a national social monitor on something or other, some topic or other. And the most recent one was out in April, and it's available on our website. You can download it for free. There's no problem. Our website, by the way, socialjustice.ie. It's very simple. And everything we publish is up there. You can download it for whatever. And if you have any questions or issues, just contact us. All the emails and so on are there. But the interesting thing about that, about this particular social monitor, I'm just going to list the topics that were dealt with individually as part of a just transition. We picked 10 topics: housing and homelessness, healthcare, education and skills, rural development, work, governance and participation, income distribution, taxation, environment and sustainability, and final, the global context, global challenges. Now, that's not an exhaustive list, but what it does do quite effectively, I think, is it shows you the scale, the breadth of what has to be addressed if we are serious about a just transition. And I think that's the kind of perspective that we need, because we're going to have to make huge adjustments in our lives, in our lifestyle, but also in how we live and so on, as I talked about earlier, okay? Now, I just want to make a few comments about education itself, and then I want to make, as Joe said, I'll make a comment about the global context as well, because I'm concerned about the poorest countries in the world and what's going to happen to them, and there's millions of people at risk in that space. So education and skills. The note I have to myself here is, just as many of us are getting older, Joe and myself among them, he was talking about meeting me when I was a lot younger. He was too. There will be, or the other way around, he was talking about how much younger he was, but I was a lot younger too. But anyway, it doesn't matter. The reality is, as we're getting older, there's going to be fewer younger people. Okay. Now, that's not true globally, but it is true, I think, within the kind of remit area of the EESC. Now, again, that's different in different parts of Europe, and I'm not. This isn't meant to be a kind of a blanket statement that applies everywhere. You nuance it and apply it as it is. But there is the reality is that as we are progressing, the impact of education across all age groups cannot be underestimated. It is one of the most important components that needs to be addressed all the time, particularly for those in disadvantaged communities. The longer a person remains in the educational system, the more likely they are to be employed, to get a job. Educational level attained is one of the most important individual factors in reducing the risk of poverty for adults. The more education they have, the less likely they are to be in poverty, the better they do. And as this educational level seems to be linked across generations, it's important for reducing child and household poverty. It's important to recognize that the education level and the impacts of it go across generations, transgenerational, and need to be addressed in that context. That's why it's critically important that we stated positively, that we recognize the importance of education being a lifelong process. And okay, there are times when there's an intensity in it and so on, and we put in a lot more effort, but that's okay. But I think as against that, we have to be to realize the importance of being prepared to move, to be involved in education all through our lives. And addressing educational disadvantage and investing sufficient resources into policies that work must be a priority for all governments. And governments need to invest and invest well in education. And that level of investment isn't obvious, at least, and I think is not a reality in many spaces, as that some of you are dealing with, that we're dealing with here. So I think it's important, for example, to create a plan to inform investment, and I think that's a critical issue for anybody involved in education to have a clarity about how they're going to, for example, in the Irish context, it's very much about reducing pupil-teacher ratios and ensuring that our education system has all the resources that it needs and that it requires to meet our national ambitions. There has been, in Ireland, in fairness, I want to recognise this, that there has been welcome progress made at primary and post-primary, the first two levels of education, in terms of closing the achievement and attainment gaps between disadvantaged and advantaged schools and so on. And however, significant gaps still exist, and many of which have their base in income inequality. Maybe in passing, I should just make that point. At the end of the day, income is critically important. We have a phrase in the organization that if you plug into Social Justice Ireland on a regular basis, you'll become very familiar with this phrase. And it's this, that poverty is never just about income, but it is always about income. If you don't deal with the income issue, no matter what else you do, you don't deal with poverty. So on the other side, we'd be the first to recognize the need to go far beyond the income issue, because we need the services, and that's what I was talking about earlier. And I think that that's important in what we're doing. Finally, and I mean, if people want to ask me questions more specifically, I'm more than happy to take those when the question time comes. But just on the global issue, I think climate change, which is causing extreme weather events across the world, coupled with the pandemic that we've just left behind, has in fact, or hopefully left behind, has certainly left disadvantaged countries struggling. And added to these is their looming debt crisis. for they've been hit so many times, and then COVID came, and their debts are astronomical. And much of the current discourse is that we hear about in the West anyway, is about building back better, and it's about just transition and well-being. All of these things are welcome and important. However, they're important and welcome because they demonstrate an awareness that we can and must change how we do things for the better. But this chance to build back better must be offered to all. And yet the latest research would show that many countries are spending more in debt repayments than education, health, and welfare combined. Now that is a very tough situation. The poorest countries in the world, many of them are paying more in debt servicing than they are spending on health, education, and welfare combined. How could they possibly be making the provision and the investment required for a just transition? So what I would say in that context is we in Social Justice Ireland would support the call for permanent cancellation of all external debt payments due from those countries as basically being the only way to go forward. In practice, what's happening is the thing is just going around in a circle, and their debts are growing the whole time. People are suffering hugely, and that is going to continue. Hunger kills. Over 2.1 million people die of hunger every year on this planet that has more than enough resources for everybody. Not alone that now, there's an estimate now that by 2030, the climate crisis could kill about 231,000 people a year. So what I'm saying, I suppose, is the climate issue is coming and catching up on the debt crisis and so on. And there's about 25, 30 countries in the world who are the poorest, who are caught in a bind they cannot get out of here. And all that's happening here is that they are dying. Inequality kills. If I was to refer you to a report, you probably heard about it anyway, but every year in the build-up to the last days before the World Economic Forum at Davos, Oxfam produced their report on global inequality, and this year they called it Inequality Kills. And I think, I'm not going to go into it here, I just mentioned a couple of the figures there, but it kind of contextualizes the challenge that's there. Now, one final thing. I think that we have a blueprint for the goals that we need to set in the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. 17 goals that would make a huge difference if they were actually delivered. They would make a massive difference. Just goal 1, end poverty. Goal 2, end hunger. Just think, even if those 2 were delivered. But I think all 17 need to be delivered because the issues around participation and all the rest of it. And the climate, obviously, and so on. But the bottom line in it is, we can't say that we don't know what to do. We have certainly got blueprints of sort of high-level goals and so on. Now, there's a lot of work done at the UN level, breaking down into the SDGs and see how they might actually be delivered and so on in different parts of the world and so on. But we do have, I think, a head start on what's required. But if we're not up and running in the very near future, we don't have a chance in hell of reaching the goals that are supposed to be reached by 2030. And those goals I'm talking about are the SDGs and the just transition. That's the scale of the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean, for that very thought-provoking and sobering presentation. I didn't expect any less from you, having listened to you over the years. And I think while it was very interesting right through, but some of your comments there towards the end, I could see people nearly shake their heads, when you talked about many of the countries spending more on debt servicing than they are on health, welfare and education combined. And, you know, when you do take that into account, you have to worry about the future and the next generations in those countries. Also, your figure there in relation to the hunger and the 2.1 million per year and the climate crisis and the deaths that could cause if we don't do what we need to do. I've absolutely no doubt there'll be an array of questions afterwards. So for the next few minutes, we'll allow you to rest and prepare for those questions. And I'll turn over here to my left and welcome Pádraig Boland. And Pádraig is the Future Education and Training Skills Manager with, and this is a fair mouthful, Pádraig, Laois and Offaly Education and Training Board. Forthwith, we'll refer to it as the LOETB. And you're a member of the Midland Regional Transition Team, where you chair the Working Group on Employment Continuity PATS. You have a background in community development and youth work, and you were the first manager of the Lochbura Parklands Social Enterprise. And I think it's fair to say, Pádraig, that greening and sustainable development will play a central role in all future training. And I look forward to hearing what you have to say you know, on the focus that you have on community education and training and the absolute need for upskilling and equipping people properly for the jobs that are out there. So the floor is yours, Pádraig.
Thanks, Joe. Good afternoon, or almost good evening in fairness. Thanks for the introduction, Joe, and thanks to Seamus and his colleagues for inviting me here today. And I suppose thanks to you for still being here when I'm on. It's been a long day, I know. I suppose for myself, and it's not the first time that I've said a few words on just transition, and there is a tendency with just transition that there is a temptation to reminisce, to look backwards with fondness, with rose-tinted glasses at how we used to be. But when you're the final speaker today and others have done that, I find myself looking forward at where we should be going. And I just want to introduce you to, I'm not in any way putting forward what we do in Laois and Offaly Education and Training Board, LOETB, and Joe is right, everyone else calls it LOETB. What we do and have been doing in the name of just transition. But I suppose the one thing that dawned on me, and even when Sean was speaking, is how do we know, how will we know in 10 years' time, in 15 years' time, if this has worked? How will we know that this hasn't worked? And it's probably easier answer in the negative. That's probably an Irish thing now for those European colleagues who are here. You mightn't, we tend to look at the negative first. But to me, if a Boardlamona worker who, at the end of the Peat rehabilitation program, has the same skill set as when he started the rehabilitation program, this hasn't worked. If Ferban in 10 years' time has become Offaly's retirement home, this hasn't worked. If all of the effort that we're putting into this is focused on, and I absolutely understand that regional development is one leg of a twin approach, but if the entire focus, and my concern from the first transition fund is there's a fair bit of it, is on the regional growth centres, the key towns being the catalyst for regional growth, for job creation and employment creation that is supposed to give us all jobs in the region. And that's fine, and it has to be there. But that is an approach that is entirely based on the theory that a rising tide lifts all boats. What about the Boardlamona worker, the Boardlamona family, the Boardlamona community who has had their boat taken from them? What happens to them in a rising tide? They drown. They're left behind. So we must ensure that the things that we're at have a chance of working. What happens in 15 years' time if in the County Offaly Football Championship, North Offaly plays West Offaly to see who will play Tullamore or Eden Derry in the county final? Because from 40 clubs, that's what we'll be left with. An entire rural population decimated by the lack of hope, the lack of a future, the lack of employment opportunity. Imagine if, in 10 years' time, that the educational attainment level in Dangan, a key peatland community, and Father Sean, Dr. Sean, my apologies, has clearly shown the direct correlation between educational attainment levels and poverty and hope. Imagine if Dangan, in 15 years' time, is still less than half the educational attainment rate for third level in this country. And Kilcormac isn't far behind it. And I'm naming communities that I know, actually some of you Offaly people mightn't even recognise, but certainly Europeans don't. But these are communities that have their genesis in the peatlands on which they're built. They have their hope on the peatlands in which they're built. In Offaly, no, in Ireland, in the 2016 census, 3.6% of the workforce were categorized as unskilled. In the peatland communities of County Offaly, that was between 6.6% in Kilcormac and 7.6% in Dangan. What happens to those people if their skill set remains unchanged when this mechanism is finished, the process is over, there's no one left behind, they're there, all right. But they're in even a worse situation than they are now. Because the worst thing you can do to someone who is experiencing hunger is give them the smell of the food and then take it away from them. Because we all recognize the opportunity. Everywhere you open a paper, just transition. Millions and millions and millions coming into Ireland. And believe me, I don't resent it. I'm a Midlander. I'm an Offaly person by birth. And if I wasn't, it would be by choice. But we belong to a region that has been ignored largely in this country for generations. So even if the spotlight is weak, even if it's flickering, for the first time in our generation, there is a spotlight on the Midlands. There is an opportunity and there is a pathway. A pathway that says this community can have hope again. And the only thing that happened in the last couple of years is the acceleration of the inevitable. We're not stupid in this part of the country. We knew the peat industry was finite. But we were told 2030. And we were getting ready for 2030. And the Board of Mona workers and I've stood with them and sat with them and lads, you're welcome here today. It's great to see you here. But they were prepared for 2030. But they weren't prepared for the tsunami that hit them 3 years ago. Now, where we will stand indicted is that if in 2030, those guys are as every bit as helpless as they are and were 2 years ago. That's what has to happen. And some of the things that we're doing here, and on the first slide, I suppose, Joe, I better change slides or you're going to get a heart attack, but that'll be here all night. On this slide, it does show that we're not reinventing the wheel here. This has happened before. It has happened all over Europe, and there are pathways to it. On the left of that screen is a proposal that was successfully put by ourselves and Laois Offaly ETB to our funders in Sulis at the end of 2020, and it was agreed in 2021 as it indicates. And it's a sustainable development approach to education and training. And I was delighted. I could have kissed Father Sean towards the end of his speech when he talked about the SDGs. Because to me, they offer a pathway from community development, community education, right through to training and skills development for the economy. And don't anyone talk to me about a green economy. The economy already is green. That's what it is. The other transition that's happening here, and we're slightly behind as well, is the digital transition. And we can't talk about one without talking about the other. On the right of the screen is what's happening back since just after the Sustainable Development Goals and the sectoral approach from TVET technical vocational education and training, which is our FET, across Europe. So this is happening. The pathway is there. All we're doing with it, Greening FET, and that's behind Greening FET are those two little counties in the Midlands of Ireland, Offaly on top, as we usually are, and Laois on the bottom. Right? What we're doing is implementing what we're supposed to do. There's a national FET strategy that has 3 pillars to it. Active inclusion, skills for the economy, and the pathways to get people from one to the other in the middle. Not rocket science. And on the right is exactly what the sector should be doing according to UNESCO. And they were talking about that back in 2016. And we didn't even know Bord na Móna was in bother at that stage. Some brief examples of what we're doing. Where do you start with this? You start by listening. When we started with Bord na Móna, and the word came that this was happening and it was happening now, we, and I'm not talking about Laois, Offaly, ETB on its own, because people have talked about collaboration and partnerships. We, and when I say we, it was the agents of the state that worked in Offaly, the local development company, the DSP, Department of Social Protection, ourselves, our colleagues in the third level institutes, the Citizens Information. And we stood before and with the workers of Bord na Móna in their workplace. And we asked them, what did they want to do? We undertook training needs analysis and skills audits. And out of that came all of this. And we realized very quickly that it wasn't just Bord na Móna workers and getting redeployment or re-employment or new employment and reskilling and upskilling. It had to be more, because there were communities involved. And there was an age profile among some of the workforce that meant really what they wanted was active citizenship at that stage of their lives. They were never really going to return and never intended returning to the workforce. And we have a couple of programs, and I'll highlight the one in the middle, Sustainable Living Skills. It's based on, there's a pilot running in Port Laois at the moment with Lisa McAvoy and our colleagues, and it's based on looking at the community needs and working with both at an individual level. How do people enact sustainable development in their lives? How do people implement climate change? They implement it by introducing a lean management approach to the home. We're doing it to manufacturing, we're doing it to agriculture, we're doing it to nursing homes. Why not implement lean in the home? That's one of the programs we're doing. Energy savings. And these are things that, and to be honest, folks, if we're talking about sustainability, how in the name of God is the transition going to be sustainable if the ordinary Joe Sup, the ordinary citizen, is not enacting it on a daily basis in their schools, in their colleges, in their workplaces, and in their homes? So this is education leading to action and active citizenship. And on the active citizenship, the other target group for it are community leaders. People already involved in their communities who can come in, learn the skill sets, and go out and be champions of sustainable development in the communities and ensure that our community development is inclusive, our community development leaves no one behind. We weren't geniuses on this one either. There's a Midlands Pathways to Transition that identifies the growth sectors for the Midlands of Ireland. And again, that's what I'm talking about in the opportunity. We never got together to identify growth sectors, so we didn't know what they were. But in fairness to the Secretariat of the platform from the European Commission, they came and sat down with us and the Midland Regional Transition Team, and now we have identified the growth sectors. All of the training programs you will see here are in sectors that have been identified as growth sectors in that Pathways document. And there's a bicycle engineering traineeship there. And I can't claim that we started that. The Bord na Móna boys started that. Because when we went out to them and said, what sort of training? They said, there's an old training program below in Limerick. It's a bicycle mechanic, and it was at the time. And we put 5 or 6 lads on it, and they participated in Limerick. And then we said, just we better have a look at this. And now there is in Kilcormac, one of our core peatland communities, the first tertiary education program since Kilcormac's existence. And it is using a project management approach, a project education approach, I should say, to guys gaining, and they are all guys, I'm not being sexist on that one, gaining qualifications in engineering with a pathway to an engineering degree program in TUS in Limerick. And when we talk about integration, and someone asked a question, this lady in the front asked a question earlier about people with disabilities. I would say, in my background as community development, I would say that in a very rural context, the approach has to be integration. Because we don't have even the numbers alone. And in some ways, whether it's travellers or whether it's homosexuality or whatever it is, and I've worked in youth work, you are further marginalising people in a rural community where there is only 1% maybe about people with disabilities. And Stephen, who features in that photograph, is probably our most successful, and he's now tutoring for us on the CAD element of the programme. And he's integrated seamlessly into a programme that is rurally based. And it is a great thing about rural Ireland. If there's only one pub in the community, you're likely to meet the doctor and the priest the very same way as the boy that hasn't worked since Methuselah was a young lad. They're all in there together. Perhaps not by choice, but they're all in there together. And it's the same in the training programs. It's the same. There is every sports club in rural Ireland can claim to be inclusive because they wouldn't have a sports club if they weren't. Simple fact. The digital construction program is a program, and this is the other thing. When you're talking about collaboration, we collaborate with industry. So this is a program where we undertook lean management with a number of our I suppose, key enterprises in Laois and Offaly. And because we proved ourselves in that, Midland Steel, one of our best companies, our exporting companies, came to us, and now we're doing a digital construction traineeship with them. Why is it important? It's fierce important, and they mightn't realise it yet. But there's a conference on today called Digital Construction. And unless the Construction Federation of Ireland, no, Construction Industry Federation, unless they embrace modern methods of construction as a means of attracting females into their industry and as a means of attracting young people into the industry, that industry is in as much trouble as some of the communities in the Midlands. But they have an opportunity now through BIM, through all of these modern methods of construction, off-site development of houses, etc. And we want to be there with them. Remote work ready, and it'll feature again, and we had a meeting there earlier, we had to leave for a little while. Remote working. Why are we involved in remote working? We were delighted to have a national pilot program on remote working with partners, non-government organisation Grow Remote. It's a sustainable approach. There were others we could partner. But Grow Remote are not for profit. And Grow Remote are ploughing back in everything they get from us right back into the work that they do. And Grow Remote share with us a vision that says if we're going to have sustainable communities in rural Ireland, remote working will be a key ingredient of that sustainability. Earlier, someone talked about the construction sector. Derry, I think it is, from Tipperary. And we have the very same programs that Tipperary ETB are offering. We've a couple of programs. And look, retrofit. The biggest damage that was done to retrofit actually in our region was the false narrative that 400 Bordamona workers were going to be retrofitters within a couple of months. And can I tell you, communication and that narrative is crucial in a just transition. Don't treat people with disrespect. Don't tell a Bordamona worker who knows he's not going to be a retrofitter that he's going to be one of 400 retrofitters. Don't tell them that. That buries the hope they might have that something is possible. And when I'm at it, don't tell them that herbs and fish are going to solve the employment problems of the Midlands. Because that's what we were told. Between 200 and 700 jobs were going to be created. 2 now, not 200. Between 200 and 700 jobs were going to be created. Isn't it an awful thing when you said 2 is the lowest bar and you fail to meet it? Because there's no jobs in fish farms. So when we're talking about including people and involving people, the first thing you do is treat them with respect and tell them the truth. We might be more uneducated than other places. But that's only in academia. We're around a long time, we survived a long time, we're resilient. And we're thick-skinned enough to be able to take the truth and work with it and develop a future for ourselves. So please don't be disingenuous to us. Tell us the situation, give us the tools, and let us at it. Because that's what Bordemona did back in 1946, right through to 56. When the machinery that came in, so some Bryce bracket said, we'll bring them from Russia and Germany, because by God, the bogs there must be the very same as they are in Ireland. And when they got here, they sunk. But the Bordemona uneducated bogmen of the time had the wherewithal and the capacity to adapt those machinery to what the conditions they have faced on a daily basis. And if the Bordemona men are given the right tools, they'll do that again. And we can shape our own future, chisel it out. But Jesus give us the chisel. That's all we're looking for. I better continue here fairly quick. The other one I'll lean here is, one I'm very proud of is sustainable agriculture, because it's a real partnership. And it's a real partnership with Bordemona. And I don't want to diss Bordemona at all, because their training manager is here for a start. And I work with them on a weekly basis. And there's not too many companies would release guys 1 day a week to go to an agricultural college for something that is not connected with work. And sustainable agriculture works because Bordemona has given those guys the time to do that. It works because Chagas has opened up a program that was their prerogative alone for so long. It works because Gorchin Agriculture College and Mount Bellew Agriculture College have absolutely changed the rules of the game to include Bordemona people. And it's crucial. It's crucial because so many of the seasonal workers, and indeed the permanent workers in Bordemona, are farmers. And you know what's facing them when they get over this transition? The second transition. Because that's agriculture. So imagine getting over the peatland one. And the next one you're facing is the bit of land you have. Joe, I'm getting into your area now. But that's what's facing them. So we have to take on and show people. And some of these people, because it was part-time and probably an inherited farm, and this has not been disrespectful to them, I've said it to themselves, they didn't treat the farm as a business. They treated it as something that keep the whole thing going. The old lad left it to me, sure, I can't be the one that gets rid of it. But now, through that program, there is a real business approach to the farm. There is a sustainable approach to the farming. And it is a sustainable approach that we are linking to a food and drink sector that is important and crucial to the Midlands. I don't know if we have the answers. But I know we have an approach that is trying to take us by using the Sustainable Development Goals, but by taking people from where they're at, by taking the sectors that we're being told will give us jobs. And there is a challenge in this, because some of the jobs aren't current. So we try to give them current labour market skills and skills of tomorrow's labour market. But it's difficult to face a Bordemona guy and say, we're putting you on a 6-month training program, but the job mightn't be around for 2 years. So that's tough. So we try and identify the ones like retrofit, where there are more immediate needs in the job. It's about fostering inclusion. It's absolutely about leaving no one behind. And I believe that if we do that, there is a fair chance that all of us, including those of us in the peatland communities, will share in the vision that the National Economic and Social Council has for Ireland post-transition and during transition. A resilient, sustainable, thriving, net zero economy, environment, and society, using innovation and collective preparedness to shape the future we all want to achieve. Gaurav, Mila Mila Mahagav.
No, I wasn't telling you lies when I said we were keeping the best until last, was I? I didn't know whether to stay over there or whether to come back here, but when I heard him talking about Sean with the SDGs and he felt like kissing him, I said, geez, maybe I'm safer over here. So anyway, look, thanks very much, Pádraig. An excellent presentation there, and there were so many points that was so important. And you know, I think what I said at the start about you just talking about upskilling people so that they're able for what's out there, because training breeds confidence, and there's nothing, I actually think there's nothing that can, well, very little that can happen worse in a person's life than to lose confidence or despair. And the jobs that maybe people lose, or the jobs that they come out of, or the jobs that are overnight taken off them, which has been alluded to quite regularly today, you know, it's difficult to get a job like that again at the moment. It'll be more difficult in 5 years' time. And our minister this morning highlighted the fact that in 2030, 85% of the jobs that will be available then don't even exist now. And I remember doing something on that a few years ago, and I saw, or a few months ago, and they said that jobs that existed 12 years ago that either don't or are disappearing now, a switchboard operator, a video store manager, a dictaphone operator, and jobs that are there now that maybe weren't there 12 years ago was a blockchain engineer, cloud computing, and YouTube content creator. And two of the examples that was given that maybe for jobs that aren't there now but will be there in 12 years' time was a quantum programmer and a spacecraft pilot. So whether we all end up in space in the next 12 years or not, but you know, never say never, because some of the things that that are there now, you know, we can change it. We can just talk about the pandemic, for example. You know, when Brexit came in, from a farming point of view, we thought that nothing worse could ever happen Irish agriculture than Brexit, and then we were hit with the pandemic. So you know, there's always something worse out there, but there's always something better out there as well. So let's look at the glass half full. And you know, I do hope and I trust that there will be a few questions here for both speakers. And now the floor is yours. We've had the floor for long enough at the top table. Go to here at the front first, and just introduce yourself if you don't mind, please.
I'm a Bulgarian member from European Economic and Social Committee, Diana Anjov. What I wanted to say that you have absolutely amazing style of presenting the information, two of you. I'm like fascinating, creative, and very influential. We all learn from you. And you're right. At the end of the day, it's really about funding. It's really about financial instruments and financial resources. And yes, education and training is very expensive and very needed. Do you think you have enough funding? Do you think that you're getting, in a creative way, funding from different sources? Maybe we can learn from you, because very often in different European member states, countries, like, there is not enough funding. Like, people are just searching. They know what is the best, but like they don't know how to find the proper source. And sometimes we have a lip service. Sometimes, like, we talk a lot about, okay, what has to be done. And there is something else, like when we talk about trainings for marginalized groups or people with disability, yes, it is expensive. Like, it's more, much more than for any regular group. So like, how do you deal with that? Thank you.
Thank you. Just here.
Thanks very much to both of you for your excellent presentations. I'm an independent TD here. Carol Nolan is my name, and I'm delighted to be here at this session. And I suppose, look, we have more questions than answers still, but there is positivity, certainly, and certainly, Pádraig, you know, you outlined the range of programs there. And the one thing, I suppose, that impressed me greatly was that you consulted with the Board Namona workers. They're the people that are impacted the most with this whole transition, in addition to our farmers, of course, to a certain degree as well. But that is so important. I believe that that's key. And I remember being one of the very frustrated and aggrieved politicians in the constituency that did nothing but giving out, because that there was not enough communication with the workers by the company. I thought the fact that the workers read about the cessation of peat harvesting in the Irish Independent was a disgrace. It brought us back to the days of hearing of the lockout. It just was wrong on every level. And as a person, you know, who strongly believes in the right, the right to respect people and the right of justice and fair play, I just felt it was wrong. I do hope that the communication within the company improves. But I've asked questions on an Oireachtas committee, an agriculture Oireachtas committee, that I'm still waiting for written answers for. a year and a half later, where I asked a simple question, that if the workers, when they come out in 2024, that's assuming things go to plan, and they have no jobs, and the rehabilitation is finished, where do those workers go then? I have asked that question, and I have got no written response from Board Namona. Now, I will pursue Board Namona again, but if there is somebody here from the company, I would like an answer, because I did raise it as TD. I suppose the next thing I want to say is, in terms of apprenticeships, I've been calling for them for the last number of years. I have directly brought up the issue with Minister Simon Harris on the Higher Education Committee, which I'm a member of. And I do believe that certainly that will help us if we can expand. And I know there are more apprenticeships becoming available. That's all to be welcomed. But my main concern, I suppose, from listening to apprentices on the Higher Education Committee only a few weeks ago, was that they make it through to the end. It's one thing providing the places, but one thing that came up was that they were really struggling financially. There was one apprentice that actually said he had €30 in his pocket by the time he finished at the end of the week. And we don't want to lose those people when we have them in the system. And I just want to ask you, Pádraig, in terms of, I suppose, the collaboration end of things as well, are you collaborating with the secondary schools and the career guidance teachers in order to make sure that apprenticeships are valued within the education system? I mean, I'd be thinking of areas like my own area, Kilcormac, and those areas that are going to be hit very hard by this by the transition. I'm not going to call it just until I see some alternatives. So if you don't mind, I'll call it a transition for now. My next question is for Sean, as somebody who's very interested in the area of education and someone that was a teacher and principal. I just have a question in terms of educational disadvantage. I know you mentioned one way of making sure that you prevent families from falling into the poverty trap is that if they stay in the education system. And one way, I suppose, of doing that is to make sure that they are provided with options that meets their needs and their skill levels and all the rest of it. But are there any other ways you think that we can prevent and break the cycle of poverty in our education system, Sean? Because I'd be very interested in bringing those back. Thanks very much.
Thank you, thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, 2 or 3 down the back there. The lady on the right. There's a bye-bye. There's a light shining here, so it's difficult enough to see, and then 2 on the left.
Sorry, I'm quite far away.
You're welcome to Ireland, bye-bye.
So good afternoon. Yes, my name is Bajba Miltovits, and apart from different titles in Economic and Social Committee, I'm simple consumer. And also I'm representing Latvian Consumer Association. So I was really listening your passionate speech, and you were mentioning active citizenship, community leaders, and many other very important roles of, I would say, of individuals. There's also a concept of active consumers. But let me say you honestly that active consumers constitute probably 5 to 10% of society. So basically, we're talking about consumers that don't want to be engaged in many levels, to be informed or being very active regarding, for example, energy, being informed or being expertise in many issues, because this is really taking a lot of effort. I'm interested how you are engaging in this remote and digital connection regarding training and education people, how you motivate them to participate in the seminars or different educational programs, because apart from financing, you need also active engagement of local communities and participants. So I'm really interested about, probably you have some magic formula about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And there were 2 questions over here, hands again, just into your right there.
Thanks, Eamon Dooley. I don't know whether this is a question or a statement or who it's for, but as Pádraig said, you know, from the get-go, the Board Namona workers were given the impression that there would be work for everybody, whether it's in fish farms or whatever it was in. And that was disingenuous, to say the least. But like every good Irish politician, once the money arrived, the department took what the ESB had meant for the 2 communities most affected, Longford and Offaly, and put it as part of their package for a national just transition. and when they couldn't use the money for the retrofitting program, they put that along with it and called it a package of 31 million. And so again, like every good politician, everybody got a little bit of the cake. It was one for everyone in the audience. And so my question, I suppose, is I haven't seen any job advertised in my locality. I haven't seen any job filled. In fact, I haven't seen any jobs at all. But yet if I go to listen to some of those politicians, I can get some spin that will tell me there's jobs and rehabilitation of the bog. That's not jobs, that's just deferring redundancies. And that 100 million was actually from the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which is making sure that somebody else isn't getting the money. So my question is, how can we make sure that when this famous money arrives from Europe, whether it's 84 or 86 million, and matching fund by the government, that the same thing will not happen again, that the politicians will start to divvy up the cake and we'll end up with nothing. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Eamon. We'll let in the last three because we're already eating into the closing session. So I just ask to keep the questions, or try and keep them to questions as opposed to statements, and try and keep them short. Thank you.
Yeah, it's Pat Cox. I'm a Bournemouth worker, and it's just simply, the thing is that there's a 30 million Just Transition Fund. But our understanding is there's approximately $500,000 towards training to go towards Bournemouth workers. When you talk about 600 people going, how does people see $500,000 out of 30 million going towards the workers to train them? The second thing is there's a stipulation within that money that it can only be used towards direct cost of training. So the current workers are expected to work 47 hours a week and do training in their spare time. They're not getting time off to do it, or they're not getting travel expenses. And with this, it's like a recipe for disaster. That's just my comment on it.
Okay, thanks, Pat. One down the back and one up at the front then. Go fast.
Thank you very much. From the European Economic and Social Committee. It's not actually a question, probably will be more like a statement since we talk about transition. I will mention something about the bioproducts. I'm sure that you know that almost the 80% of the European demand on bioproducts, it is imported. It is not produced in Europe. Also, that these products do not follow any procedure of agriculture and cultivation as they are in Europe. They just baptized when they enter Europe from 3-4 companies. They are entitled as a bioproducts. And that's why the DG also has a different label, bio-EU, non-EU products, which actually cause a huge distortion of the prices and the production of the European agriculture. So, well, it could be a question what kind of transition in bioproducts we might have, since the 80% raise the price and cause a distortion when they are not produced in Europe, they're produced outside Europe and they're just imported. Thank you.
Thanks, both of us. Okay, I think that's it. So we'll, Pádraig or Sean, maybe Sean, we'll start off with you and you take whatever you want, and we'll go to Pádraig then.
Yeah, okay. I'll take the first ones there because I think they were kind of direct. Well, at least the first one was directed very much at me. This was, I didn't get the name, but it was the Bulgarian
lady there in front.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. The straight answer: is there enough money? Is there enough financing available today? No, no way. Okay, so just take that as a starting point. How to source financing? I think what we need to think about is we need to rethink this completely, totally. Okay, at the moment we're off trying to find sources of funding and off to national governments and off to European Commission or wherever. Okay, and foundations and then trying to get private sources or entrepreneurs maybe might be interested, or some people might be interested in donating, this kind of stuff. I think all of that's good, but all of that together is not nearly sufficient for what's required. It seems to me that we're in a particular moment of history in which the scale of what we're facing is way beyond anything we have seen for many, many decades. And the approach we should take to financing it, I would suggest, is the approach that the British government took to financing its borrowing during the First World War. They basically took all of the war financing and they set it up in a different system to the government's own day-to-day, week-to-week, year-to-year financing. And they paid off a little of this, only the interest in the early years, and then they started a little bit of the capital going on. And the final payment for their expenditure in World War I was paid in 2015. Now, the point being, they had spent a century, practically, not quite, but almost a century. Now, that was dealing with a reality that was completely new at that time to them. They had to finance a world war, okay? And it was on that kind of, okay. Now, I think we're in a moment of change that requires that kind of going at the issue. And I think the money required is substantially more than anything that is on offer or anything that will be on offer from what we would consider the usual sources of financing. We need a completely new approach, which again goes back to this point I've been making, that we need a new social contract. We had a very good social contract after the Second World War and for decades after, okay? Then it fell apart a bit because Thatcher and Reagan and company kind of moved it into a kind of a globalization context, and neoliberalism took roots and so on. But nobody doubts at this stage that neoliberalism is a busted flush. It's not going anywhere, okay? It's not the way of the future. It won't survive. So we need a new social contract. Now, saving your presence, many politicians think I'm talking a foreign language when I start this caper, when I start at this, you know. They don't get, they kind of either refuse to look at it or kind of say, think he's mad, you know, and I don't want to think about this, you know. Now, in fairness, there are politicians who actually do engage with it, but not the majority, okay? But it seems to me that what we should be thinking about is the kind of level, the things that are required for the just transition. I was talking to Pádraig and to Joe before we started. I was saying, as an example, it is completely daft for anybody to be saying to farmers, you've got to move from there and give up what you're doing and do something over here, without in some way or other building a transition, but more importantly, producing a future that is viable economically, socially, environmentally. It's got to be viable, it's got to be meaningful, it's got to be socially viable, okay? Because there's no point in building a future nobody wants to live in. You know, that's a bit daft too. So, and it has to be economically viable. No point in building a future that can't pay its way, all right? So the point is that kind of thinking hasn't been done, but there's a kind of expectation like, what's keeping you? You know, why aren't you moving, like, okay? No, there's loads of people aren't that way, but I'm just saying that you get a lot of that kind of stuff. So what I think we need to think about is try to do the work that's involved in thinking through the just transition. That involves consultation. By the way, to go to, this goes to your question, it's real consultation. The place is full of pretend consultation. I'm part of the community and voluntary sector, so are IRL and so on. We're sick, sore, and tired of people pretending to consult us. And what we get is sort of, you know, questionnaires that you have to tick a box in. Ding, 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 ding. 15 pages later of ticking, or 30 pages of ticking boxes, and you've been consulted. You have not. Nobody has their modest idea much of the time what your views on anything are, but they're not really interested. there is a resistance to genuine consultation. But if there was a genuine consultation, Pádraig was talking about genuine consultation, and how it worked when you involved the workers of Port Namona. Now that's an example, a concrete local example. I would argue that we need this across the whole society, up to and including national level. We have actually got a bit of a structure for it at local level, and it worked very well during the COVID time, and it works very well. You know, the whole PPN stuff, the public participation networks that are there. And in Ireland today, there's about 17,500 organizations who are now members, full active members of public participation networks in every one of the 31 local authorities in the country. Now I think that's not bad. You know, a decade ago, they didn't exist. They do now. They're there. There's a mechanism. It's not perfect by any way, okay? But coming back, getting to consultation, all right? We need consultation about where we are going with this and the step. And like, we can't map it all out and be sure that we already have the destination mapped out. We've got to work it as we go. We've got to get some kind of idea of the sheer scale of the money that is then required. And we then need a plan to produce that money over a period of 100 years or whatever. Look at what happened with COVID and the contrast with what happened after the crash in 2008. After the crash in 2008, we were being walloped from every side by experts and economists telling us this was a time for austerity. Now, I remember here, in Ireland, we had a bailout. We couldn't pay our way. We had to pay ourselves out, or we had to be bailed out. And the Troika, IMF, World Bank, and European Central Bank were coming in here every 3 months. We met them, my organization, we met them 12 times in 3 years. They came in every quarter. And I remember arguing with them like that they were taking the wrong approach, that they were killing off whatever hope there was there, okay? Now, what happened? When that whole thing was over and it receded, the IMF did an evaluation of the approach. And they came to a conclusion that they had got it all wrong, okay? Today, across the world, there are very few major economists who believe that the right approach was followed after the crash of 2008. They all, not all, but almost all, agree that austerity was the wrong policy. So what happened? When COVID came, they did the direct opposite. They said, okay, what we got to do is protect the people's incomes if we can at all, particularly the weaker ones, and then protect the jobs as best we can. And in Ireland, we had 2 programs. One was for the people who lost their jobs completely, and there was a substantial payment, which was a lot more than they might have got on welfare. And then for people whose jobs were being maintained, a substantial proportion of the salary was actually being paid by government to the company. All right? Now, the result is plain for all to see. We didn't lose anything remotely close to the number of jobs we lost in the crash. The standard of living didn't actually fall. Poverty didn't grow. A whole lot of other things. Now, when these things are removed, poverty is going to grow. But like the point at issue is, there is a way of dealing with this that's a right way, and there's a way of doing it that is a wrong way. The right way involves facing up to the challenge, being prepared to see what the costs are, how the finances might be provided, and what are the outcomes and how you get there. And then let's see how we get the money. The European Central Bank has made money available for zero, in fact, minus percentages. Today, actually, is that they raised the bank interest rate for the first time in more than 10 years. Okay? Now, and I have no problem with what they're doing. It's still a low rate. It's still cheap borrowing by anybody who was around in the 1980s knows that. Okay? The point at issue at the end of the day, and I stop now because I talk too much, but this is a pet point of mine. We do have the capacity to provide the finance on the scale required to provide a just, to finance a just transition and provide a future where there's nobody left behind. The problem is, if we start getting stuck in our models of the past, we will head back to the past. We will not have a recovery. We will not have, above all, a just transition. So that's the space, and I think that particular approach is there for, is something that it should be addressed by every single country in the European Union and the Union as a whole. Okay?
No.
So
I think that was a fairly comprehensive answer for you. But just when he mentioned economists there, I remember a guy who once talked about economists, and he said a definition of an economist is an expert who can tell you tomorrow why the things he predicted yesterday didn't happen today. So, you know, Pádraig, if you want to take some of the points.
I'm slightly annoyed with Sean because almost for a baton I had written down that answer here to give you. So I'm really upset over that. Couple of things. Training for disabilities. It is more expensive. But I'd have to be honest and say that there are programs. We've got a little bit better at that here. That there are social inclusion programs and initiatives that take into account the additionality that's required when you're dealing with the hardest to reach, and that includes people with disabilities, etc. And I'll be honest, if the program is worth its salt, we've never been refused funding for it, and it's a road. But again, that's based on consultation. That this is not us telling people with disabilities what they need. This is in partnership and real partnership and consultation with people with disabilities. And if you can sell that as a business case, I think the funding is made available for those. On apprenticeships, I think for the first time, in fairness to Minister Harris, he seems to have a genuine interest in, I don't want to call it an alternative approach, but for very often, it's the more appropriate pathway for so many students, for so many second-level students. And heretofore, and maybe it's something got to do with our colonial past, but we have a kind of a snobbery about education in this country. And if you weren't going to third level, then you weren't going anywhere. And so there is a route that I would say is more appropriate. And to be honest, for an awful lot, I went to third level one, but there's an awful lot of lads that took the apprenticeship route when and they're the same age as me now, and I never reached their earnings. They're electricians, they're carpenters, and they're never, even on a Saturday evening, they can earn a few bob. I can give me time on a Saturday evening, but it's as a volunteer. They can give their time in there. So I think there's a route there that needs to be, and there's a route there that we need. That skill set we're losing, and construction in particular needs to look at that. There is a need to collaborate with second level schools, and I think there as well, in fairness, I think there's, and I don't want to, the last thing I want to do is say that there's a particular cohort that should be choosing the VET route, but I think there is an opportunity to link with transition years and maybe fifth years, and maybe some of those the Leaving Cert classes around programs based within the school. I know locally, and I'm involved in a couple of board of management schools, where there's 10% of the students are not going anywhere, only into maybe a summer job that they had. So they're working in a shop for the summer. When they leave school, if they don't make third level, they just don't view another option. They go back in, and very often it's the service industry, whether it's retail, hairdressing, bar work, etc. And it's about giving those young people a career pathway and showing them that there's no issue at all with going into retail, provided you're going in and you're going to upskill yourself and you're going to attain, and someday you'll get into retail management. And there are many ways into that door now, but those options have to be shown to them. Biba, is it? Biba?
Yeah.
Biba, you asked the question that I was terrified someone would ask.
She always does.
Yeah, okay. It is difficult to motivate people. We had huge success on the remote. I suppose we had a program that was ready pre-COVID, and it was sitting there because, in fairness, there's a couple of colleagues of mine here, they knew what it was about. I wasn't 100% with them. And Grow Remote had been pushing this. And And then COVID hit, and suddenly everyone knew what remote working was. And we had a program that became a national program overnight. After 2 years preparation, it became a success overnight. But it's difficult because we make Grow Remote today. I had to leave here for an hour, and they are finding that there's a return again to office-based and the need for being office-based. And it is difficult to get learners. And can I be honest, when unemployment is in Ireland, and Sean might correct me on this, but it's at 4.5% roughly. Yeah. So that's near enough full employment. So it's difficult, particularly with unemployed people. What we are finding is that there are people transitioning from roles that might offer less of a future than some of these remote work jobs. And Grow Remote tell us that there's 70,000 remote work jobs available in Tullamore today. Now, they're the same ones that are available in Afghanistan today. But there's 70,000 locationless jobs advertised today. And that message needs to be got out there. And I do think as well, and I'm sorry, Joe, I won't go on here, but there's a little bit, and I'm a public servant, so I want to be careful what I say. I'm an agent of the state. There's a little bit of a role at the moment where it annoys me that instead of, we're going to have remote work hubs all over the country. But unless the communities in which those hubs are based are upskilled and supported around remote working, they will be white elephants in a few years' time. And there is a tendency at the moment from all of the agencies that in response to the needs of rural communities, they give them a check or to buy them what they need, instead of empowering those communities and working with them and rolling up the sleeves and giving them the wherewithal to do it for themselves. So I'm really worried about the disempowerment of communities, of individuals even, of the marginalized, that we have taken an approach, and it's back to the neoliberal approach, that where money is the answer to everything. And if you don't have it, you have no power. And if we give it to you, we have the power to give it to you. And your immediate response is met, but the future is bleak. And that's why I have a real fear that just transition will further that.
Thanks very much. Sean, do you want to come back in? Because there's one or two there at the end. There was a mention of the $500,000, Pat. I think it was you that mentioned it, was it?
Oh, yeah.
For the
I'll
600 workers or
yeah,
something.
I'll take that.
The bioproducts, if any of you wants to take it.
Sean will take the bioproducts. He's the expert in bioproducts.
Okay.
And I know I haven't a clue. I'd be disingenuous to take that one. On that, Pat, I understand your concerns. I would say this, and in fairness to Board there was a submission made for €1 million to the Just Transition Fund for Board workers. Now, the idea was, and I suppose we were involved in recognising the issue, and all of the training programs, or most of the training programs I promoted today or outlined today were available, started with Board workers, most of them. But as an ETB, we don't have the capacity to fund individuals. So if we have, there's a scale involved. So if you have 8 to 10 people minimum, you can run a program. Now, that was lowered a good bit for some of the Board programs. But if we had 5 or 6 lads, we had a program. And actually, I'm wrong as well. There was a lot of females involved in some of those programs. The difficulty was that if someone identified a pathway for themselves and maybe a job at the end of it, but it was a 3rd level program or it was an individual going for a program, we had no mechanism in which to support that. So the idea was that a fund would be put in place where someone had recognized their own pathway. So whether it's a 3rd level program, or in some cases people had identified programs where they might need to study in the UK, for example, and that for it. So that was the purpose of that. I hope it's not enough, Pat, because my fear would be that it's not used, that people don't, there isn't enough traction with it. And if other programs are identified that have even 5 or 6 interested in and fall with outside that, we'll continue to support that as ETBs in the region. And this is not just us, Longford, Westmeath, ETB, Galway, Roscommon, ETB, and Kildare, Wicklow, ETB, and I probably didn't know someone. But so I would now. One of the other things that was said to us, and it's going on at the moment, I was a little bit disheartened because, and this is a point that Dr. Dollar raised as well, Carol raised as well. I think the communication, and I'm not talking about the level that Shane is at, I think the communication still continues to leave a lot to be desired. And I think, I don't know what this thing is that you think that if you leave people in the dark, that nothing will fester. That's when it festers, and that's when the trouble is. And if you're honest with people, I think we can all take that honesty. So I think there needs to be something around where this fund is at, where it's going. And I think as well, what we're doing is back to the training needs analysis and skills audits. We're providing that at the moment. Now, I spoke to a couple of people there who weren't aware we were doing that, and that was a bit of a disappointment because we will fund that, wherever it is. We will send out those people, and they're willing to do it. We've engaged a recruitment agency to do this work. They will do it. If they have to go and sit in a workshop all day and no one turns up, they'll still go back the next day because we'll pay them to do it. Because this has to happen. And I will not be party to something where a Board of One employee his needs wasn't heard or met, or tried to be met. So we have given that undertaking. I wouldn't be. I hope you're right, Pat. I really hope you're right that the fund is too little. My fear is that the fund will be far too much, and I just hope there's an engagement. But we will meet those needs. No problem.
And I think just from my own tuppence worth, the best way to strengthen your hand to go back and look for more money is to ensure that the money that's there at the moment is used up and used properly, and that you can show that. And I'd have very little doubt that if that was the case, that there'd be a refusal at the other end of the line. Sean?
A couple of one-liners. On disability, it seems to me that we need to recognize that everybody with a disability, by definition, has additional costs. And consequently, we should recognize that supporting people with disability costs more, should be built into the system automatically, no questions. Second issue about work and the future of work. A long time ago, I'm not going to tell you how many years, but more years than I care to be recalled, I worked in the north of Nigeria when I was a young fellow. And I worked in an area, a large area, the size of Munster, that in the north, as I say, part of the north of Nigeria, where there was only about 17 people had a paid job, but everybody worked, men and women. Now, they had no issues around stuff at that stage. I'm not asking, by the way, or suggesting that that's where we should go, no. But it taught me a lesson that work, like all of those, they all had roles in society, they all worked, they all knew what they were doing. There was a yearly cycle, and they had anything from crops to children to repairing the house to everything and anything, right? And it was kind of very simple in many ways. But the point was, they all worked, and they all had meaningful work. So I think we need to think more beyond the idea that the only work that matters is a paid job. We need to recognize, and when I say recognize, not sort of top the hat and keep going the way we've always been. Recognize in an effective way that there's loads of other work in society. All of the caring in society, all the community development in society, all the work we do on ourselves, developing ourselves, learning things, etc. There's huge amounts of work. Now, for that to work, in practice, people still need an income, because it's not just about income, but it's always about income. And it's from that background that I have argued for nearly since the early 80s that we need a basic income, a universal basic income guarantee. Because if we had that in place, everybody in society would have an income. It can be paid for, and it can be done with a reasonable expenditure, without mad kind of numbers. That what happens normally when this starts is some economists will jump up and say, you need a tax rate of 87%, and that's the end of the discussion. Now you don't actually. That's bullshit. 4 of it out of the same group, but anyway, okay. The point of the issue is we need to rethink work, because we are certainly facing a future where it isn't going to be like the past, where everybody turns up on a Monday morning and goes home on a Friday evening, and that world is gone. So how do we get meaningful work for everybody? Make that part of the just transition discussion. I'd be very happy with that. One issue, final issue on consultation. This society, I'm talking now about Ireland more, this society has moved further and further away from the idea that people should be involved in shaping the decisions that affect them. And that is a very bad pathway to have traveled. And we're traveling it. We have a government. This is not news to the government. This is my view. I shared it in the last few weeks with Micheál Martin, with Leo Varadkar, and with Eamon Ryan, and with the Minister for Homes, what's her name? Heather Humphreys. Okay? And so, like, what I'm saying basically is there's a resistance to consulting people in any real way about shaping the decisions that affect them. I would argue very strongly that every one of us has the right to be involved in shaping any decision that affects us. Now, that doesn't mean we have to be sitting at the table when the final decision has been made, but we have a right to be consulted and not just give me one of those stupid, 50 pages of tick boxes to be filled out, sort of numbing my brain. Okay, real, genuine engagement. And we're going to see it very soon in Ireland, that this is going to come to a shove, because there's going to be an almighty festering, breaking out as a recession sets in, if we go into a recession, which I think we're very likely to do, and people are going to be really angry, and the government then is going to be jumping around, trying to find someone to talk to about what's going on. A bit late in the day, better late than never, but I think that's where we are. By the way, I didn't ignore the other question. I haven't the remotest idea about bioproducts. But I tell you what, Joe maybe has.
Yeah, Joe's the man.
No, I just have to introduce the speakers and the questions over to them.
I'm sorry about that.
No, but look, when it comes to importing, I think, and being a farmer representative, I think it's one area that we need to be very careful of. We have one atmosphere. And, let's produce food, because food sustainability and food security is so important. And let's produce it in a climate change era in the most sustainable ways possible, and the most carbon efficient production countries that we can produce it in, because there's no point in meeting national targets if we're only going to lead to carbon leakage and get the food produced in countries that wouldn't be as efficient or as probably safe as the European countries. So I think that's important to highlight. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we had 2 excellent speakers here in this session that we've just had. I want to thank them sincerely for not only their very forthright presentations, but I think you'll have to accept that their answers were so comprehensive. And as we say in Ireland, they didn't pull any punches. In other words, they said it as they thought it, and it wasn't, saying it to suit a particular audience or a particular person in the audience or anything. So I thank you very sincerely for that, because it's very easy to sit on the fence and complain and give out about this, that, and the other. Those are 2 people that are working at the coalface and trying to improve the lot of so many people. And look, I think that can be said for everyone in the room here this evening. And I think you probably touched on it a small bit there, Sean. I remember interviewing a person when I was president of the Young Farmers, and that was back in the 90s now, when unemployment was a lot higher than in Ireland than it is at the moment, and lots of people were leaving. She had laboured to her father for her holidays, and that he was a block layer. She had mixed the concrete, and she had carried the blocks, and you name it. He hurt his back and he was out of work for 6 months. She couldn't get a job, but she went working with the St. Vincent de Paul for 6 months doing voluntary work. She got the job in Mockra based solely on the fact that she was so interested in work. She wasn't going to sit down and let the world come to meet us, because the world doesn't owe us anything. We have to go out there and make things happen. You know, and I think the important point is that for the next generation, for the people who might lose a job, that they're upskilled to go out there and make things happen for themselves. I do think that secondary schools and career guidance teachers have a role to play that maybe just isn't being played to its maximum potential. Because I know from talking to students that work on my farm, and they'd be from a number of different schools, agriculture was never mentioned to them as an option when they went in, or a trade, or block lane, or an electrician was never mentioned to them when they went into the career guidance. If you didn't get over 500 points and you couldn't go to college and you couldn't do and this other thing of, if you think that a student or your son or daughter is capable of getting 600 points, well, they have to do medicine. You know, it's one of those things that I think just as a society we have it here in Ireland. I see a few of the foreign nationals here as well nodding their heads in agreement. So I think the important thing for all of us is to ensure that, look, there is hope out there. There's huge opportunities. I think we're lucky to be part of a great union that is the European Union. It's not perfect, absolutely not perfect, but look where it came from. You know, you talked about the First World War. I was born a few years probably after the Second World War. I know it's on our doorstep. Again, we don't have it. It doesn't look likely we'll ever have it, thanks be to God, and let's keep it that way. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to show your appreciation to the two speakers who I thought were excellent. And thanks sincerely to yourselves for your interest and your questions, some of which were hard and some of which were kind of all right to answer, but that's great to get an array of questions. Now I'll hand over to Seamus and Councillor Harvey for the closing session. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you very much. You've been very loyal, you've been very studious, and you've asked some extremely good questions. So we're coming to the concluding part, you'll be very glad to know, but I'd like to introduce you to the chairperson of Offaly County Council, Declan Harvey, otherwise known as Decky Harvey. Better, which fits him much better. As you can see, he wears the chain of office, which is a heavy responsibility. But I'd like to thank him and the many people from Offaly County Council that helped us today. Declan, the microphone is yours.
Thanks, Seamus. Thank you. Good evening, delegates. Delegates, elected representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very grateful to Seamus and the Irish Rural Link to be asked to say a few words at the closing of this conference here in Tullamore today. This county of Offaly has suffered more than others due to the widening down of the peat industry in Ireland. Over many years, we knew the change away from peat had to happen, but the speed in which it happened has left the workers, their families and communities with uncertainty about their futures. Offaly and the Midland face a big challenge now in making changes and adopting our approaches to education, training and job creation. We must ensure that the voice of the local people are heard in making decisions around supports that are needed and offer to the peatland communities in transition. The best solutions will be a mix of bottom-up ideas from communities as well as top-down ideas from agencies and government. We have a strong and active community who can create a new and vibrant economy if supported. Offaly can remain an energy capital of Ireland. It also produces the best foods and drink producers and is a digital leader. It offers a place to work, rest and adventure with a warm welcome from its people and a great quality of life. Our wish is a simple one, that our next generation will have the choice to live in our communities and make them a stronger so no one is left behind. I hope you enjoyed the conference here today and your time here in Offaly, and we're looking forward to working together with you for a brighter future for this county and the region. I just want to add to this, the word just transition, I hope it means that, because this county does need a just transition. This county depends on peace. We've burned turf, we've burned briquettes, we've did all the things, and we're only a small country, so we need a just transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey, and well spoken. Okay, we're coming to the end of what I think was a very interesting and profound conference. And I'm really pleased by the fact that we had a good audience on the web stream as well, and you yourselves for your participation. Let me be clear. As Councillor Harvey says, just transition should mean just transition. It has to be, otherwise we lose out. And as speaker after speaker today, some of them spoke about actual programs which were extremely interesting. We must talk about this in a way that we are proposing solutions. We are, and you saw today, the presentation of solutions, of activities on the ground. Otherwise, we can talk about what we think should happen, but we have to propose what we think will happen. And we, the communities, the civil society organizations, must develop the ideas ourselves, which is, I hope, what you got a flavor of today. For those of you, the delegates for my Group 3 civil society organization, I sincerely hope you will bring back to your own countries and to the Brussels hub, as they call it, some serious thinking and some serious thoughts. We are living in the most extraordinary time. We have a war on our doorstep. We have a climate change coming down the road. We are changing, as Pádraig Boland said, whether we like it or not. We are changing. And ever the time to live in interesting times, these are they. So I would like to thank the many speakers who came here today and gave us that food for thought. All of you, I'd love to say, are my dearest and absolute friends, but of course you are. But I'm thinking of Mr. Ryan down there. And the interesting story is he didn't get enough at me, so I'm going to get back at him. But Jim is indeed a great friend. But Jim and I crossed swords about 30 years ago, and I have to say, we were the opposite end of the table. He was in the department in the eco, we'll call it the eco section, Jim, and I was very definitely in the other side. But somehow, over the years, we forged a connection. And the connection was, for me and my responsibility, could I start coming up with ideas? And for him, could he start coming down to the ground and listening to us? And I think Jim did that very well. And I thank you for that, Jim. I single you out because I know you can take it. But the rest of the speakers are all good friends over the years. And I think what you've contributed today and the papers we will try and publish and you know, put online. And we haven't got your presentation. Will you send it to us? Because we will put it up online. You have contributed enormously. So the final thought in terms of this conference, before I go into some well-meant and important thank yous, is let us all, whether we're public servants, whether we're politicians, whether we're civil society organization members, let us all start looking at what the new future will be. Minister Hackett did say in our opening, we don't know the jobs that will be created in 10 or 15 years' time. And you know we don't. We haven't invented them yet. We haven't thought about them. But we have to realize that we are now in a process of change. Looking backwards is not an option. And if we spend time looking backwards, we lose time. So let's look forward. Let me start by thanking the translators in the booths over there. You've done a fantastic job, and without you, I think it would have been a poorer conference, so thanks to you. Let me thank the technicians on the web stream, because again, you allowed us to reach a wider audience. Let me thank my own staff in Irish Rural Link, who were here this morning and who helped during the organization of this conference. Let me thank also the staff in Brussels, who make these things happen, who overcome the various bureaucracy. I think somebody said today, Kieran Mulvey said, Europe has too many rules. I think he has a point. And sometimes we have to put up with those rules ourselves. But I would sincerely thank you as well. So for the rest of the evening, it's a small nap for an hour or so, maybe drinks in the bar later, the lunch, or the dinner. And then the real point of the evening is the cultural part of the evening, where we go to the nearest pub and listen to Irish music. And I hope you enjoy the evening. I hope you enjoy tomorrow. I will be like a sergeant major. For those of my vice presidents here who know I am a consensual president, you won't see that side of me tomorrow. We have a time. We have to be there. We have to be in the bus. We have to be out of the bus, back in the bus, and I will be the dictator. So tomorrow is my dictator day. Other than that, thank you all for being here. Enjoy the evening. If you have time to spend in Tullamore afterwards, please do, and hope you all come back. Have a good evening.